of the best-of-5 semi-final here.
We trained all year for that moment.
Roccat pick up game number 1.
All the games were pretty much close.
And Roccat win game number 4. It's all down to the final game of the day.
Nobody expected us to play so good versus Fnatic. All of the matches were pretty close.
Fnatic will be the first European team to book their place at Worlds. So close here to Fnatic, yet so far somehow as well.
We're really disappointed with our semi-final against Alliance because we know we could have done better.
Alliance will take game 1 from SK Gaming.
I'm really salty. I think we could have won.
It's going to be Alliance, ladies and gentlemen, that will represent Europe at the World Championships. The super team has done it. SK versus Roccat will be a fantastic game tomorrow.
This best-of-5 is going to mean everything. I don't care about what people say, and I don't care about if the crowd is cheering for us or not. I just want to go to Worlds.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series, coming to you live from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. Today, the final spot for Worlds is on the line for the European teams. I'm Evie Shock-supporter, joined by Trevor Quickshot Henry, as well as our special guest analyst, Mitch Krepo-Voorspoels.
It's a pleasure to be here, Evie Shock-supporter, and finally somebody that can pronounce my name right.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you here. And either SK Gaming or Roccat will join Alliance and Fnatic as the European representatives in the 2014 World Championship. But before we get to today's battle, let's take a quick look back at yesterday's semifinals. Of course, first up, it was Fnatic versus Roccat. It went all the way, 5 games. And to me, even though Fnatic qualified, obviously, Roccat left a very good impression.
They did in some ways, but in other ways they really disappointed. I didn't get their style. They played these non-wave clear compositions, but still wanted to split push, so they picked Italy twice. I mean, they had split push picks, but then they ended up grouping anyway. So they played 2 games with Italy, but they didn't split. So they ended up grouping like every game, yet they had no wave clear, so it was really wonky, and it felt like all Roccat can do is go forward, and if they somehow hit a brick wall, then the game is over for them. But their skirmishes were really good, and that's what I'm looking forward to see. Like, is SK's strategy gonna take it, or is Rockat's just skirmishing skill gonna come out on top today?
I actually completely agree with that, and it was a weird series because games 1 and 2 were very one-sided, was determined by sort of map play that led to a dragon fight. And once the team got control, they sort of executed quite flawlessly. But games 3, 4, and 5, both of the squads kind of got a bit ropey and a little sloppy in places. Roccat stepped up. They definitely impressed. Fnatic looked a little scary, but they delivered. It went to game 5, and in game 5 they got a lead. They closed out the game. It's going to be an interesting series for Roccat because we don't know at what level they're going to perform against SK.
Yeah, very good point. And of course, we also had Alliance versus SK Gaming. That was our second semifinal. It went 4 games, and honestly, Alliance, they did qualify, but underperforming by a little bit.
Yeah, I talked to the guys before the match. I was really happy to see my old teammates again, and they were super confident. They won all of their scrims so quick that they actually had to ask teams like, hey guys, we want to play longer than 15 minutes. Please let us practice late game. And the thing is, the LCS stage is always a little different. People play a little more passive, a little more wary. Some dude might come up with a sick play that you don't expect him to do, and it showed. But they stayed calm, took it in only 1 loss, 3 wins, and then I think they're ready for the final, and they're looking sharp. I saw some of their scrims, and yeah, they ain't messing around anymore.
I have to agree. You know, at the beginning of the series, Wicked was very uncomfortable. Played Alistair game 1, I was not convinced. Played Alistair game 4, and completely changed my viewpoint. He delivered as he found some confidence and warmed up on the stage in terms of the pick. The other thing is SK. They didn't lose laning phase. They didn't fall behind early on. This has been a problem that's plagued them all year long, and they shook it off against the #1 seeded European squad in the summer split. Up to 20-30 minutes, SK were not behind. So they were there, but the problem for them is late game decision making. If these games go late, as we're expecting them, because it's Roccat, SK can't make the same positional mistakes or they'll be punished.
Yeah, we'll see what they do today, but now we're going to turn an eye towards the 2015 Spring Promotion Tournament. The bottom 3 teams from the summer split have made their selection of who they will play from the European Challenger Series to try to hold on to their spot in the LCS. With the first pick, 6th place Millennium have chosen to take on the 3rd place Unicorns of Love. Next, 7th place Gambit selected the 2nd place finishers SK Prime, which means the Copenhagen Wolves will go head-to-head with H2K Gaming. We just found out which teams the LCS teams have picked, and to me, Millennium, okay, Unicorns of Love was the 3rd place team, but they had such an aggressive playstyle that was quite daunting.
That's going to be quite a fun series to watch because both teams like to go very pick-heavy, very aggressive in your face, and whoever can get the picks earlier or faster might come out ahead. On the topic of H2K Gaming and SK Prime, they both performed to a higher standard than we were expecting in the final, but H2K were very close to not winning it. Some poor decision-making during the course of that best of 5. If they make those same mistakes against the likes of the Copenhagen Wolves or Gambit, there's going to be problems. I think it's going to be an interesting series, and we'll have to see if a challenger squad can make it into the LCS. Nobody did in this summer split, and we'll see if a new team can, new faces can, for the spring split next year.
Yeah, I've watched a fair bit of the EU Challenger scene, and one of the players I liked the most was Julius, because whenever I turned my stream on, he was making a play. But he's no longer part of the scene anymore, so I actually have not that big of an idea of who's going to take it. However, it's going to be interesting to see these teams, because they have to travel all the way to America this time, so not only will they be playing for pressure to get into the LCS, they'll be dealing with jet lag, they'll be playing a best of 5, which is rough, and it'll be very interesting to see how these new players, full of talent and motivation, face off against these old dogs that just want to keep their jobs. Relegations aren't fun. I've had to play them twice already, so I prefer watching them.
I can understand that. Well, you mentioned it already. We'll be bringing you those matches live from Los Angeles starting on Tuesday, September 9th at 7 p.m. Central European Summertime, and that's 10 a.m. Pacific. Now, as we wind down the summer split playoffs, let's take a look at the bracket. Coming up today, we have the 3rd place match between SK Gaming and Roccat. Then on Sunday, Alliance and Fnatic will go head-to-head in the finals for the right to be called Summer Split Champions and to take that #1 seed heading into Worlds. So, guys, here on the stage today, SK versus Roccat. After everything we've seen yesterday and you guys talked about, I feel like it's going to go 5 games again, and it's going to be in the little things for these teams.
I'm just interested to see how they cope with their losses, because I've played the same sort of match last year where we faced off Gambit, and both teams, initially coming into the tournament, there were 4 teams for 3 spots. So you think, oh, my odds are really good, I'm going to make it to Worlds. And then you lose your first match, and then you realize there's 1 match to go, 1 more spot. There's 2 teams. We both lost yesterday. Who's going to go on tilt? Who's going to be calm? Who learned from their mistakes yesterday? Because both teams had pretty big mistakes in their play. Rocket's pick and play style, and then even SK had a lot of build errors. Who's going to fix that in such a short time?
I actually like that point, because the mental fortitude that I think Roccat will bring to the table might be superior. They went 3-2. They were considered the underdogs by a very large margin in that series, and they surprised a lot of people. I actually feel like for Roccat, picks and bans is also going to be very, very important. Crepo mentioned the wave gear or lack thereof in this series yesterday. If they can bolster a smarter Tom position and play to it properly, they may even be able to push SK. And if they can push SK to the late game and SK makes those same positional errors, they're going to take the series. So for me, it is going to be a matter of who can fix the problems that they had yesterday more effectively for today's series, because they both did perform at a higher level than anybody was expecting.
Yeah, whoever I talked to from both teams said, well, we could have won it. Let's see how they can recover today. Remember to go to lolesports.com for more info, and don't forget to click the thumbs up for a team you think will take today's series. We'd also like to hear from you on Twitter. Write to us at LOLesports and tell us so much on the line today. Which player do you think will make the biggest impact on today's 3rd place match, and why? Mitch?
I'm looking at Vander. I don't necessarily think he can make the biggest impact, but I want to see what he's going to do, because I feel if Rocket's going to win this, they have to break through SK's bottom lane, because if they do that, they have a good shot at winning, and I think Vander is a really solid, good support player. And I hope he gets his stretch, I hope he gets in his comfort zone, and I hope he just starts playing like he can play, and then we're going to see some beautiful games.
Yeah, his thresh yesterday was fantastic. I'm going to look at Jesus from SK. I feel if he can get onto a champion and make plays happen. Yesterday, his Ari against Alliance was solid. He managed to survive the laning phase. He went toe-to-toe with Froggen, and while he didn't necessarily win, he wasn't necessarily beaten either. And when he found the opportunities to blow somebody up, he can. So I think for SK, the performance will hinge on Jesus and what he can do in the course of the 5 games.
Yeah, my vote is going to go to Jankos, who was also extremely impressive today, but we've repeated it so much yesterday already. Be sure to send those to us using the hashtag LCS, and we'll read your responses later in the show. Now we're ready to get into the game, so let's send it over to the caster desk to get things started.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and today I am joined by Joe Miller and Martin DeFusioling as we get into the game. It's SK Gaming. They're going to be taking on Roccat in a best-of-5 for the 3rd place and all-important seat at the World Championships.
Gonna be an amazing game. From what we saw yesterday, Roccat, for me, really delivered. SK, in my eyes, had the chance, possibly you could say, to take down Alliance. Roccat, on the same token, could have beaten Fnatic as well. Yep. It's going to be an amazing game.
And it's going to be a very aggressive game because yesterday, Jankos, he was just everywhere. And SK Gaming was so aggressive in the early game as well. Like, these teams, they're going to look to just fight constantly.
So let's get a little bit more in depth on each position, starting out in the top lane, of course. Both Freddy and Zazas have played very well in their quarterfinals and semi-final matches. You could argue that Freddy, well, he won his top lane battle in 3 out of the 4 games versus Wicked, while Zazas, well, he also gave SOAS a serious run for his money.
And it's funny to look at these 2 top laners because they're very different in terms of style. We have the innovative Zazas who brings out new picks and always changes his playstyle a little bit. And then we just have the consistent, steady Freddy in the top lane for SK Gaming. He played Aatrox and Maokai yesterday, and then Nidalee was banned in every single game by Alliance. And that seems to be his champion pool at the moment. So I actually wonder if we're going to see Roccat target towards him, and we have to see him bring out some new picks.
And of course, in the jungle, we have Svenskeren versus Jankos. And Svenskeren wasn't, for me, as present as I'd really hoped him to be yesterday. Same, however, can't really be said for Jankos, though. He once again showed he's a massive influence on how Rockat's game turns out.
Yeah, I agree. Jankos was my clear MVP for the semifinal. Even though Roccat ended up losing the game, Jankos just did everything correct. He ganked every single lane, he managed to do well in team fights, and he was just impressive to look at for the entire series. SK Gaming and Svenskeren had some good games too. And it's funny to see when SK Gaming actually play, Svenskeren likes to just invade into the enemy jungle constantly. And I do think that's going to be the way to shut down Jankos and going to be the target for SK and Svenskeren. Just full focus on getting in towards Jankos.
Well, in the mid lane, Jesus is facing Overpower this time around. And Jesus, well, he certainly struggled against Froggen in the semi-finals, never really got going. However, unlike Alliance, SK's team comp does not revolve around Jesus dominating his lane. Meanwhile, for Overpower, well, he put a heavy priority on picking Fizz. And you got to question that because he actually lost all 3 of those games where he pulled Fizz out.
Yeah, that was very strange by Roccat, to be honest. We talked about how maybe they were afraid of FLICKR playing the Fizz here. But matter of the fact is, Opa, he fell behind in CS in every single game against FLICKR. It didn't exactly help that he played Fizz. He put a lot of focus on getting kills. It was just never enough, and we have to question his build. No hourglass before the 3rd item, so he could never really join these fights here. And he honestly might be stuck on Fizz again, because Zilean is most likely going to be banned by SK Gaming in every single game here. Jessis, on the other hand, has improved a lot lately. He did have some issues against Froggen, but we also have to say playing against Overpower compared to Froggen is very different, so I actually expect him to win the laning phase here.
So the AD carries are, of course, Candy Panda and Celiver. And Celiver was definitely the standout AD carry for me yesterday. We said that he needs to step up, and he did it in a really big way, even forcing bans to his champions. And Kog'Maw is probably the big question mark between these 2 right now, with them both doing well on it yesterday.
Yeah, we can definitely see a lot of focus on their hyper carries and picks and bans here. Wouldn't even be surprised to see some bans of first picks like we saw yesterday. But Celiver, he's a bit like Jessis actually. He's gone from being one of the weak points of his team to suddenly now he's actually one of the carries, like big time carries. And we always talk about how he can get a hyper carry. Roccat believes in him and he will do well and he can carry in the late game, in the team fights. Candy Panda, well, same as always for him. He's great still, and he constantly performs at the top level after so many years. It's just impressive. SK Gaming knows what he can do, and we also know what he can do here.
Yeah, he's been around for a very long time. Finally, of course, we move on to the supports. That is N-Rated versus Vander. Both have been performing well for their teams. N-Rated playing a couple of unorthodox champions, pulling out support Kale to great effect. And Vander, well, he seems to be back on form, performing some amazing Thresh plays yesterday.
Yeah, some great plays by Vander. Was a little bit surprised he didn't favor going Morgana. A single time he wasn't banned, he didn't want to pick it, even though it's actually been his main champion. If you look at like the summer split here, maybe it's going to change today, because SK Gaming did put a lot of focus on getting Morgana. They did, however, ban Nami, which was the 2nd champion Vander played yesterday here. So a small support battle going on in picks and bans. And it's also fun to see we have N-Rated, the defensive, disengaged support, and then we have Vander who likes to make the big plays if he can.
So those are the lineups. Both played solid semi-finals, and how are we going to compare these 2 teams now? Because we were always calling SK mini alliance.
So I looked at the early game for both teams. SK Gaming were always doing well in the early game and the laning phase. And if you look at the side of Rocket, they actually had big issues against Fnatic. Overpower and Xaxus often fell behind in CS, where Freddy and Jesus did okay or well enough in their lanes. So we can see SK Gaming here put a lot of focus on these solo laners and therefore open up for Svenskeren to jump into the jungle, find Jankos, and keep him there so he can't go around ganking like he loves to do.
Well, SK Gaming dominated Rocket in the summer split, but after losing a close series against Fnatic yesterday, Jankos and his team head into this match with a lot of momentum, while Jesus and SK, they got something to prove.
In the past, we don't have a good record against SK.
So SK is like our nemesis. Pretty much we always lose against them.
It definitely gives us a mental edge going against them, because they know that we know that style and how to win against that style.
Freddy and Svenskeren are really crazy aggressive. These two are the main threat in the SK.
I think we might have the edge, but at the same time, it's a team game. Rocket have shown that if they're one thing, they're a really good team. Of course we are confident we can win, because we just went 2 and 3 versus Fnatic, so now no one is scary, but we will still need to try our best to actually win the game.
I did not have the same desperation to go to Worlds as my teammates maybe, but after losing to Alliance, it made it clear for me how much I wanted to go, and I think this best of 5 tomorrow is gonna mean everything.
I'm not sure Freddy and N-Rated would agree with Jesus on that remark, but they absolutely do want to go to Worlds now, that's for sure.
And that's the big thing, right? We said that both of these teams in Spring Split maybe even surpassed expectations, but Spring Split is one thing. This is where it really counts now. Worlds on the line. You've been building up to it for an entire year. Not to make it there is a big loss.
And I really also love the fact that Rocket in this video here, they respect Freddy and Svenskeren so much. The two key players, in my opinion, for shutting down Jankos early game. So I like the fact we think alike here. And we can also see Xaxus put a lot of focus on getting a counter pick against Freddy here and maybe shut him down. Because he is a guy, once he falls behind, he often doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
It was good to see Freddy as well talking about Rocket, saying, you know, if there's one thing we know, they are a great team when it comes to teamwork. So let's check out and see who you think will be heading to the 3rd team position at Worlds. We'll find out who it is. According to you guys, well, 58% of you believe Rocket after their fantastic best of 5 yesterday. Winning over a lot of fans, I feel, here.
Yeah, definitely gained a few fans here because they did play really well. Could have won the last game as well. I just have to question the pick and ban phase, and I believe they'll fix it for today.
And I think frantastic is actually the right word there, because it was a really frantic game. Both teams really showing, which is kind of strange to say when you think about SK now. They've played all year long, but they weren't scared of, you know, doing the dirty in the early stages, whereas the old SK were like, okay, we're just going to sit back and be a passive farming team until we somehow have the power to team fight.
Yeah, so obviously pick and ban's about to get underway. What are we expecting? What are the key focuses in this ban phase?
So Zillion has to be a ban from SK Gaming. I would expect Orianna ban actually coming in from Rocket side, and of course, as we just saw, Nidalee against Freddy. Source was so annoying against Rocket yesterday on Nidalee. Freddy's not going to see it a single time.
Well, we saw this yesterday. A lot of focus on Freddy. That is how Alliance managed to crack down SK Gaming. And again, with all 3 top laner bans from Rocket, they're doing exactly the same thing. Focus on Freddy. Tristana, the final ban as well, coming through. That means it's going to be an AD carry first pick.
And this should also mean for Freddy, I mean, if you look at the champions he normally plays, Renekton has then been his go-to champion when everything else is kind of gone. But Renekton in this meta here, if you just lane stop on him, he will never have the impact in late game, as we see some other top laners happen. We see all these late game comps now, where Renekton doesn't really fit in.
So on the other side then, Rocket taking Morgana and also taking Elise. Elise was banned out pretty much all day yesterday against Jankos. That is his first blood machine, although he also showed us they can come up with the goods on Kha'Zix as well. But for me, Elise is Jankos' best support by a long way.
And these 2 picks right here are the picks Rocket used in the quarterfinals to beat Super Hot Crew pretty much every game. And it was the same tactic. We always talk about it with Jankos, how he runs into the lane and you just hard push it up. You kill the towers early. You don't really focus too much on ganking, except for maybe the first blood. And then it's just all about tower pushing. Morgana and Elise is one of the best combinations for not only picking off people, but also pushing towers.
Well, Svenskeren gets his hands on Kha'Zix. It was a key part in every game yesterday, really, all throughout the best of 5, 2 best of 5 series. Kale also picked in. That's going to be unrated. He hovered over Orianna for a while. We talked about how it could be potential ban. What has surprised me here, 5 picks come through, 3 bans on the top lane, yet nobody's gone top.
Unless it's going to be killed top lane here. It could also be killed support, of course. We do already have the AD carry first pick from SK Gaming because they banned Tristana. So far, the 2 players we were looking at in terms of champion pool was Celavar, because he only played 2 AD carries so far, and then Corgi was going to be his like mid-game AD carry as the 3rd one. And then of course Freddy in the top lane, and he's maybe lack of champion pool, which is what Rocket was hitting at here. So very expected here from Celavar if he does log in the Corgi. It's going to be his go-to champion, some mid-game power. Now you have the Orianna, fine in the mid-game too, but even better in the late game and of course in the laning phase. So overpower now, finally getting a champion where he's actually supposed to win the mid lane on farm.
And that's the thing, he has been consistently behind every other mid laner in Europe at 10 minutes, at 20 minutes. Basically, whenever you look at CS, Overpower is generally behind, and Orianna is a champion where he shouldn't really be behind. It's a champion where he should be able to rack up big numbers. We'll see about that one. For SK Gaming, they locked in pretty quickly here, taking the Ahri for Jesus, who had a fantastic win rate yesterday. Ahri was really a big thing in that in that SK vs Alliance game. Mundo also then taking Freddy up top.
Alright, so Freddy can be pretty happy. Getting Dr. Mundo when there's 3 bans to top lanes is not exactly a bad deal here for SK Gaming. They will have the super tank for late game, where on the other side, for Rocket, because Maokai has been banned away, you don't really have this late game tank option as we see on the side of SK Gaming. Could of course be an Alistar if you wanted to play it into it, but it seems like he doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, so it's going to be Lulu, the final choice in that top lane. As you mentioned, it does take away the tank factor for Rocket. So, can they allow it to reach that late game? They have to surely close this one out quick.
Yeah, they definitely have to win in the mid game here and make sure they don't give SK Gaming time to scale up and get the full items. Especially the Mundo is going to be so hard to deal with. Corgi is not an AD carry who destroys tanks. We rarely see players doing King on Corgi, so it's going to be hard for Silver in the late game if there's a fed Dr. Mundo in his face here. And SK Gaming side, Ahri has a 100% win rate in the playoffs so far. He was first picked yesterday between Alliance and SK Gaming a few times. Both Froggen and Jessis wanted to play her, and she is so damn strong. Also setting up these picks here. You have the kill support as like your peel and protection for your hyper carry now, or even for Dr. Mundo if he's the guy running in all alone. And then of course Svensson getting his Kha'Zix where he can get some wave clear, counter the fast push from Rocket they like to do, and also he can actually invade in on Elise. It's a good matchup here for Svensson to one-on-one Elise in the jungle.
I also think looking at the AD carries that honestly Kog'Maw is going to outscale. They want to go late game when they've got the Mundo in there. Kog'Maw is going to be a big factor in this game. Rocket aren't a team that win games generally in the mid game. They almost always take it to the very late game, whether that's really through their choice or not.
Yeah, obviously, you know, the ban towards it, first pick, it's got to be a big deal. Which champion select do you think has made you win the vote? Who is it going to be? SK win or Rocket win? That's the question. Hashtag SK or hashtag Rock win. And send them to, don't forget to put LOL Esports in there as well. We'll see how it works out as this game gets underway. Rocket were the favorites, but only just.
Only
won over a lot of fans yesterday. Yeah,
so
won over a lot of fans yesterday. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 about to get underway. SK Gaming starting out on the blue side, up against Rocket. A final spot at the World Championships is at stake here for the European number 3 seed. Who will it be? Rocket took the number 3 position back in the spring. Can they do it again?
And if you look at their bottom line here from SK Gaming, it's actually the same setup they used against Alliance yesterday when they played Corki and Morgana. And really likes to pick Kale into Morgana and simply just try and push the lane 24/7 into the tower, try and deny some CS from the enemy AD carry, and never really give them a chance to poke back. And also Corki, if he's under the tower, he can't really poke the enemy AD carry because he's low range. He needs to land the rockets, he needs to land the Q, and it's easy to dodge around if you also have the minions to help you.
So let's see how this one goes. And Celavar yesterday, Tristana was of course his real big impact champion. I was banned out here today. Leaves him with Corki after Kog'Maw was first picked by SK Gaming. And again, Rocket being pretty active here at level 1. Looks like they're headed down onto the bottom side of SK's jungle. We'll see how far they go with this one. Looks like they're going to get a ward over by the Red Brush and one by the Wraith camp as well, and simply just head away.
So interesting there, sweeping lens picked up at the start by Jankos. and they cleared away that red buff ward. It has been replaced. Just saw Jez is replacing it there. I wonder if that means they're going to try and put some fear in them, but the fact that they held on, Jez has held on to that ward, will give them a vision back there. Interesting, you know, in starting, you don't often see the sweeping lens as their first item these days.
No, and when we actually do see it, it's often from the support, just to deny some vision down the bottom lane and potentially set up an early gank. But this time around it is for Jankos, so we have to see actually how this jungle matchup is going to work, because SK Gaming doesn't really have very strong early laners here compared to what Rocket has when Orianna and Lulu is in the mix. They are supposed to win their lanes, or at least do really well in the lanes, but Dr. Mundo often will end up just sitting back and try and farm as much as possible. So that should mean Svenskeren can really just invade in easily, because then Rocket can quickly send in both solo laners to help Jankos.
Speaking of Jankos, we'll see if he can pick up another first blood here, playing at least pretty much the machine that he's been using to get all these impressive first bloods, and really developing this Roccat style of early turret pressure with that ranged jungler. We'll see if he goes for that kind of thing here once again. Moving over to his red buff now after just taking the blue buff. Same can be said of Svenskeren down on the bottom side of the map, and Vander just trying to keep Enraid to zone. Now actually there's a good little binding on towards Enraid. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out of Celiver.
Yeah, a lot reverse back on towards him to see how he sticks to that one. Also the vision, of course, they spotted Svenskeren and they had that ward in that bush, so they know he is in the lower half of the jungle, so they put the pressure on Unrated early. They know he's not going to be nearby, and it also buys time for Jankos to go in towards his top lane. He's going to hold out, try and land it. This cocoon is going to be vital. Glitterlance could slow down and try and force the flash out of Freddy early. He's coming around, so he's going to go in towards it. Joe.
Oh, Freddy here, can he get away from everything? Actually, the spider coming in, and he waited it nicely there for the cocoon. I'm not sure he technically needed to flash that one there. I actually think that the cocoon was away, but either way, I mean, better safe than sorry. Yeah. The last thing that you want to do at this stage is give Jankos or anyone else, it doesn't really matter who gets the first blood, you just don't want to give it up.
If he had been stunned there, he would have died instantly from the execute of Alicia, and we're going to see this a lot. Jankos puts a lot of focus on the top lane, and we talk about how shutting down Freddy can be the way to beat SK Gaming. If he's not going to beat his super tank in the mid to late game, well, Rocket can just roll over them here. They have a lot of damage, a lot of magic damage, however, on their side, but they do have a lot of damage in the start of these fights.
Clever use by Roccat. They saw Svenskeren passing by. They knew he was at the Wolves here, and they're going to go for him. Going to try and get down on towards him. The cocoon had already been fired off by Jankos, so they're not going to put too much follow on there. Zazas actually wasn't close enough. He used the speed up for Jankos to get close enough, instead forced him away. So, attempted counter gank, didn't work.
Well, one thing it's done is send him back though, and that will be Svenskeren then out of action, so to speak, or I say that, and he actually recalls, of course, as you would naturally expect, and he now is going to go over towards the Roccat jungle. We said it before that Svenskeren loves a bit of a counter jungle, but he sees Jankos actually doing his Wraith Camp. Overpower actually moving up from this mid lane as well. Svenskeren will now have to back off.
And this right here is exactly why Svenskeren can go in the jungle and try and fight Jankos. He can maybe go in and place a ward and spot him and then jump out again, but you saw Overpower instantly as Svenskeren was around the jungle. He moved from the mid lane, already pushed it in through the tower, and was ready to help Jankos. Quick 2v1, and then Svenskeren would have died. So it simply means, due to this Orianna pick in the mid lane, for now, SK Gaming is not able to do these aggressive invades in the jungle. If Jessis, however, picks up an early kill, then he can start controlling the lane.
So let's check out this bottom lane. You know, despite the trading, obviously we saw Enraid to get in pressure. Candy Panda does have the CS lead at the moment. Only just, that's going to get cleared up to 33 for Celiver as he works out the tower. And rated ballsy play, look at that, really wants the tug binding used on him, trying to bait it out from Vander there, but it's not going to happen. Celiver is going back, so he's going to be the first AD carry, or is he? He's cancelled it, he's cancelled his back.
He was also just grouping up the minions on Kayle, so all his AoE damage would hit every single one, and just try and fast push it into the tower because Celiver was trying to recall. They wanted to deny the entire wave here, but he actually cancelled it and stayed in lane. He does have heal, no health potion, but at least for now he can stay and farm on the tower. But this is exactly what we talk about. SK Gaming loves to do in the bottom lane when they're against Morgana. They pick the Kayle support and they just push the wave as much as possible. The only reason they're actually freezing it now is because Celiver was low and they were hoping he was going to step out and try and get some farm, and then they could punish him. But he's recalled, and now they actually lose some crucial time where they won't push it in.
Also see a lot of wards picked up by SK Gaming, so they want to make sure they've got vision control over the map, and probably more specifically that bottom side of things as Vander just going to be tanking up the minions for now, making sure that they don't go underneath that turret, using his black shield there. Actually took a couple of little auto attacks from Enrated as well. We will finally see Celever get back in, not quite got his phage finished off, but also elected for second Doran's Blade.
Just needs a few combat stats in lane here, otherwise he's gonna be way too weak compared to Candy Panda, who's gonna get the Trinity Force before him if they keep this farm going as we see right now.
Speaking of combat stats, these two mid laners, looks like it's going to be Athene's for the two. Got to keep our eye on that one for Roccat. They could do with a Morellonomicon in there maybe for that grievous wounds. Freddy is going to need controlling somehow as it gets going. We'll keep our eye, we'll see whether Overpower wants to go for it with Evander. Wants to maybe even build towards that later on.
Well, they do have 2 ignites here, so they have some healing reduction, but it's a good point. We can see Morellonomicon from Overpower. It will be a little bit risky, especially because he is against Ahri, and you want to get some early magic resist, so you don't. So Ahri loses her all-in potential on you, especially when the DFG should be completed from Jesus as the second item. He normally goes Athenes into DFG. We see some mid laners go like full damage early on and just ignore the Athenes, but Jesus is still a guy who likes to play the lane fairly safe, and we often see him put a lot of focus on just wave clearing and farming up a storm before he goes aggressive.
If only Jankos had the vision and had gone south there, he could have trapped Enrated, but instead it's Jesus he's going to try and focus on over at this Wraith. Not going to waste his smite on the big Wraith. No, looks like he's happy to let that one go. Doesn't want to get too close. The danger of Jesus doesn't have the vision of this one. He is spotted out himself, so they know exactly where he is. And Svenskeren is a little cautious. Red buff has just spawned, and it looks like they want to try and steal it away.
Jankos coming in there, but actually the bottom lane of SK Gaming coming up there just to make sure that that buff was going to be safe. And you see Roccat just backing instantly out of that one. Back to the topic of the mid lane, I'd actually like to see Jesus be more aggressive. Actually, forget that, because Enrated here taking a lot of damage actually from Jankos, who's pretty much out of mana. Candy Panda has now shown himself from that bottom side as well, so Roccat do have to back away. But my point that I wanted to make there, I'd like to actually see Jesus be more aggressive, because Overpower is such a passive mid lane, and we actually saw it yesterday that if you get ahead of him, if you're able to kill him off once or twice, you can do it over and over and over again and get a real good lead.
It is just hard because he's playing Orianna, so he's one of the strongest laners we have in this mid lane here. And he can also stay and just use the ball to farm. Svenskeren is now doing his standard second red buff spawning in the game. He will always be there. Apparently he even does it in solo queue. He will tell his laners, push your lane now at 7 minutes, I'm gonna go invade the red buff every single time. And once again he's there. Jesus instantly pushed to mid wave, and now wanna join Svenskeren here. Oh, he needs to be careful. Overpower
very dangerous, yeah. Overpower comes around, puts the offensive ball into Jez's face. That will be Jankos who will pick up the red buff for the smite.
And it's good to see Rocket doing the homework, predicting all these invades from SK Gaming, picking strong side lanes as well, so they can avoid Jankos falling behind due to Svenskeren being so aggressive here. So nice play by Rocket defending the red buff and making sure Svenskeren doesn't get the same start he got against Alliance, where he always managed to get a lot of early farm and maybe even an early kill.
You have to feel that homework, well, I mean, at this stage of the year, homework has to be done. There's no doubt about that one, but SK have been a bit of a thorn in the sides of Roccat, you know, not done well against them in terms of the both splits, not also done well if we look back to the playoffs last year. They beat them in the playoffs, sorry, not last year, last split, in the spring split, where Roccat then ended up finishing third after beating Alliance. They've been a bit of a bogey team, to be honest, for Roccat.
And to be honest, it's always been about the fact that Freddy, Jesus, and Svenskeren together could actually shut down the solo lanes of Roccat and Jankos at the same time. Because Freddy and Jesus used to just pick lane bullies all the time. Like, remember when Jesus only played Ziggs and Orianna pretty much every single game. And it just worked against Roccat because Jankos could never really do anything. This time around, they haven't managed to shut him down. And we've talked enough about these two junglers now.
Oh.
Well, not enough.
No, I just briefly want to mention that Svenskeren was so stealthy he completely fooled our cameraman there. It was quite funny to see. So, bottom lane, we talked about how this needs shutting down. Candy Panda is starting to dominate this lane, honestly, over Celever. Celever was forced packing once again to go back to buy, and you can see he's got that phage now picked up with the second Storms and the boots, but he is slipping behind in CS against a lane that shouldn't probably be doing as strongly as it is right now.
Well, it's simply due to Kayle support and the fact they can push in the wave every single time. Morgana won't really be able to respond because you max your binding on Morgana and not your W, so you don't get the extra wave clear. And then Corgi's just forced to sit on the tower or behind the minions, and then you can't really trade with the rockets properly. You have lower range than Candy Panda as well, making it very hard. And of course, Invader can smack you in the face a few times if you get too close. And we actually did see Celevar. As soon as the lane was pushing down to SK Gaming side and it was freezing, he left the bottom lane. That's where they actually invaded onto the red buff and tried to pick up a kill because he couldn't stay in the lane, which is a big issue and another reason he's even further behind.
Trying to push out a little bit there. Celevar actually going back to ward inside of the Tribush, and there is the binding landing. It's going to be a bit of free damage basically from Rockat's side, but Candy Panda landing a couple of good ultimates there. We'll make sure that that trade isn't for nothing, but here is Jankos. Scoreboard still sits at 0-0. See if he can get in here and pick up, or help at least pick up, a first blood for Roccat.
Jankos sneaks in unseen so far. No wards picking up his position. Candy Panda was to step forward just a little bit. The minion wave was cleared out. Now he's going to come through. They're just going to back off. Svenskeren still unseen just behind as well, so he's staying around. It looks like he's happy that this is going to be safe at the tower.
Both junglers just looking there for a chance of a gank, and then moving away once again. We do see Lulu build more Nomicon, as you talked about earlier. So that's going to work great against the Dr. Mundo, and Zazus probably doesn't feel he needs the defensive stats anyway. Freddy can never really get to him. They're just standing there, clearing the waves. Freddy's staying on the tower. His tower up in his top lane actually is down to about 15% HP because every single time the wave gets pushed down, he will farm it, but he can't do it fast enough for Zazus to not even hit the tower. So it will actually go down within the next few waves unless SK send Svenskeren out there.
That may well give them the advantage. Roccat could force this one, the Dragon. They could take tower at the same time, and if teleport is used by Freddy, remember it's not available for Zazus. But SK, I don't think are aware too much of this one. Ward was just cleared out, so I think they're going to have a rough idea on the timing. It's going very low, and Svenskeren is going to be pretty too late for the smite party here.
Far too late for that one. Roccat pick up the first Dragon of the game, and definitely a big bonus for them. And this is more of the SK.
Panda's like, get off my pink ward, whereas really Jankos has just left him. It's like, come on, guys, defend this ward. It cost me a lot of gold.
Really wanted to keep that one alive there. Actually, Celevar stuck around in lane there mostly, whilst that Dragon was going down. Still a good chunk of CS behind there. 15 CS now, actually.
Well, this Dragon, it was too easy for Roccat to take it. If we actually do look at Enraider at the moment, he doesn't have any wards on his side stone. And it's been like this for the last 5 minutes. I just went back in the game to check. He's actually been sitting with an empty side stone for 5 minutes now. Not been back to base for a long time. He racked up a lot of gold as well, which simply meant there was no wards in the river area. So as soon as Jankos moved in there, placed the pink and noticed, okay, they don't have any vision right here, we can just start it. Nobody from SK Gaming, except for Svenskeren when it was too late, actually expected the Dragon to be taken here. So a bit too easy from Roccat, not enough wards, as we normally see from SK Gaming.
Yeah, it is a common problem that we saw up to about 20-minute mark. They were generally okay, and then they were slipping away in the wall control. If they're slipping away this early, it is a big problem. Top lane, Nomicon now completed along with Source Boots for Zazus and Freddy. He's got that Spirit Visage, slowly becoming that gigantic, annoying tank that we know he will be. Could probably go fairly heavy on the magic resist as well, judging by obviously Rockat's got 3 members with the magic. Damage.
Plus
and well, technically, 4.5 technically.
Yeah, 4.5. So it's going to be full magic resist from the side of SK Gaming, making it even harder for Roccat in the late game to deal with them. We already talked about how Celevar is going to get outscaled, Zazus is going to get outscaled as well, and you get pretty much full magic damage. So it's going to be very hard in the late game for Roccat to kill the members of SK Gaming. And while they did have the focus on Freddy in the start of the first game from Jankos, and they will be able to take this top tower whenever they want to, they're not stopping Freddy from farming. So he's already at the Spirit Visage. He can go for his second tank item, potentially before the next Dragon even spawns or get close to it, which is going to make him pretty strong already in the mid game.
Yeah, when your top lane is almost touching on the mid lane CS, and that just shows you how really quiet that top lane's been, or maybe we should say how quiet the junglers have been at this point. Jankos, of course, did come down to the bottom. Svenskeren was in there as well, but not really too much activity coming out of the jungle. And we can see that Jankos going for his favorite build, I think it's safe to say by now. Getting some good damage in there early with a Spectral Wraith and that Haunting, guys. This is going to be the first turret of the game, though, going over to SK Gaming.
Yeah, solid work from SK. They've been pounding away on that bottom turret. That buys time for Jankos to head towards the top. Remember, as you mentioned, this tower is pretty low in this top lane. It's only going to take a couple of hits. Sadism's already been used by Freddy, so he's got no ultimate to fall back on if Xaxus were to suddenly burn down the damage. Xaxus is going to take away the white on the left-hand side. And with this wave, they may well jump on Freddy.
Let's see what they do. They're going in.
It's coming back. The tower is very, very low. Actually, they decided to just jump on him there, not finishing off the tower. Wild Growth will come in. It is Jankos that's tanking it up, but he's able to go in again, and the first blood machine does it time and time and time again.
A nice little trade here. Tower was so low, they could have instantly killed it after they took down Freddy without his ulti. Now onto this mid lane here.
Oh, SK have moved around on force. That's going to be a simple turret. 4 members collapsing in amongst it. But look at this. Roccat not done yet. They're continuing to push down the inner lane. Roccat realize they need to react to this. SK could sweep across the river. They are doing that. There's 3 members heading up the river right now. Candy Panda's holding busy in the mid lane. Shockwave comes out, flashed away by Candy Panda. But let's look towards that top lane at the moment because they're going to get collapsed on. Jez is making the way across there. Jankos comes in towards him. Charm does not land. He's going to come rappel back down there. Flash is available for him if he needs it. If he can get a safety.
Oh, can he get
that? No! Not quite enough damage. He didn't get the support. But Roccat do get the middle turret down, and now they have 3 turrets themselves.
So the teams here are trading towers, they're trading kills. First we saw Freddy go down the top lane, tower went down as well. At the same time, the bot lane tower went down, and then instantly SK Gaming said Jankos is in the top lane. He won't be able to help the mid lane. It was already low. Jez had pushed it in, and Easy just rotated from the bottom lane to mid lane, picked up a neck or another tower, and now Dragon spawning in about a minute.
And that's the thing that Roccat seems to do so well. Very reactive plays there, pushing into the top lane. You also have to say that SK just didn't really react at all. Or, well, obviously they did, they went in later and got the kill, but it was very, very slow. They lost the inner turret in the top lane before they even started to move away, trading it for that inner middle turret, which some would argue could be just as important there once those middle turrets start to fall. Allows you to start working your way through the enemy jungle, but for now, despite the fact that we are, 5 towers into this game, low scoring, still quite cautious.
A lot of focus on just like farming in the lanes. We haven't seen a lot of jungle action, and then either take this safe ganks where you basically run in and just kill a tower and not go for a straight up gank. Now we're gonna have the dragon spawning very soon. We talk about Roccat in the mid game. They have to be able to go in here and take this fight against SK Gaming. If they lose it, they will fall very far behind and also get outskilled here. And Xaxus is sitting in the top lane, no teleport. Freddy can join in for the dragon here as soon as it spawns, and it also means SK Gaming feeling very confident, so they move straight into the river and place the wards because they know Freddy can join in at any time and be 5 versus 4.
Problem is, of course, Xaxus has put a lot of pressure in that top lane. They did just take down the inner turret, so if Freddy goes away, they are leaving an inhibitor turret exposed, and it is Xaxus still shoving out that wave. He's got that large rod now, so a lot of magic damage. We'll see whether he makes his way down the river. Ward spots out. SK clocked out on the side there. Big item completed for Overpower should this fight happen. That shockwave will be doing some serious damage.
Oh,
Xaxus caught out a little bit, but sidesteps it. Wild Growth has been used out, and the flash is going to pounce on towards this one. Overpower forced the flash as well. And that may well be the trigger. No! That's going to be a quick shockwave.
Why?
Used out because Roccat are trying to buy time to take down the dragon. They're sneaking it fast in the background. They hit and run, they're gone.
Wow, okay, so Roccat actually used 2 big ultis here, used 2 flashes. It would have meant they couldn't actually fight for the dragon, but because SK Gaming sent every single member to go and try and kill Xaxus here, Celevar, Vander, and Jankos could just sneak the dragon. Nice play. They need to get into this mid lane though, because there's a lot of people pushing from SK Gaming.
And they are going to start to move back into that one. Xaxus' TP is still down, so he's not going to be able to get in unless he walks away from that top lane and then most likely gives up the turret to the Mundo. Trying to get a max range charm in there, but Jankos stood at the front. And yeah, wave clear is there, that's for sure, with the likes of Lulu from that top side of it, from Orianna. It's not going to be too difficult to be holding on to these turrets. There's a lot of kind of all-in potential, especially when you think of the likes of Svenska and diving in Mundo, tanky as you like going underneath the tower, and Jesus to obviously get in there for the charm, and then you're going to see Overpower going down in the mid lane, completely caught out of position there. And again, a big play out of Jesus. That's the kind of thing that Jesus needs to do, that we don't see too often from him, I have to say. We heard it earlier that Alliance, they rely on Froggen to do that kind of thing. SK don't necessarily rely on Jesus to do that, but if he does do it, it gives them a massive boost.
And it really seems like Jesus, whenever he plays Ahri, is the only assassin where he can really take control of the game. Because we have seen him play Zed in the past where it didn't work out for him. Ahri, again, you need to get these picks here, you need to catch people off guard, land a charm, and then you can just burst them down like we just saw him do here onto Overpower. So been working out also against Alliance with the Ahri pick for Jesus here. Need to keep doing it. Now you also need to be careful.
Oh, I'm not sure Jankos wants this one solo. Look at that. Jesus turns it around, puts the charm down, might be able to take it down. Jankos, instead, he gets slowed by Zazas. The rest of SK moving back in. Kagoon is going to be jumped in there, so it's going to leap. Somebody gave to Dark Binding in the meantime. Freddy trying to zone out Zazas. SK, they bought themselves some time. What I was about to say is the difference between these two teams is SK will make a kill and get an objective. You just saw it there in the mid lane. Tower. And actually, Roccat were very much in danger. If that last charm, Jesus fired it off and it missed by a whisker. Then it got that would have been inhibitor gone.
And that's just great play by SK Gaming. Also looking at the fact that 2 flashes were used earlier by Overpower and Zazas. Yes, okay, SK Gaming lost the Dragon due to the chase, but it simply meant they could go into the jungle. They could suddenly look for a fight, and we saw Jesus spot out Overpower. There was no flash, instant just kill him there, get the tower as well. And while SK Gaming as a team, we always talk about how bad they are at warding. Try and look at their items now. This is the first time in many games I actually see Jesus and Freddy buy wards. So it seems like they've been looking at the games yesterday and realized we need to have more wards on the map, especially when we play these assassins in the mid lane. And then we can use the lead we get early on, or if we have to pressure, play some deep wards and get the kills on objectives.
And I think this fits SK's style. This is the SK play style that was so good in the spring split for them, and they've kind of struggled to find that form here in summer, but this is what they did really, really well back then, is get towards this mid-game and then even going into the later game as well. Get the kill, literally just one kill, and then just push these towers down, really pushing those objectives very, very quickly. Svenskeren not quite going to get hit there by the binding. 3 men up on that top side of the map. 4 men now even if you can. Jankos in. I was going to say SK wisely backing away, but actually they're going aggressive into the jungle.
And this is the thing, SK are what, 3,000 gold behind, but you don't feel it. They are the aggressors. They are the ones looking for team fights. Shockwave used on Enrated doesn't have the damage. He still holds on to intervention. Ballsy play by Enrated, didn't want to waste it there. Took a lot of pressure, but he's happy to just sit at the back. He's the support. If you're going to focus the support, then the rest of the team are just going to come in, sweep around, and take another free tower.
And because SK Gaming is controlling the jungle of Roccat here with all their members, with some of the wards they just placed, they can go between mid lane and top lane. So as soon as Overpower walked in there, tried to kill Enrated, didn't work for him. He was in a bad spot. He could never make it to top lane in time anyway, so he just had to go back to mid lane. Easy tower picked up by SK Gaming. And while again they are behind in gold, they are fully controlling the map and the jungle here, and Roccat is just sitting back. They're basically waiting to land a binding like we just saw here, if they actually want to engage and try and kill someone from SK.
Zaz has actually got a lot of damage at this point. It's all Morellonomicon into the death cap. The opposite number, Freddy said, I like Giant's belt, so I'm going to buy 2 of them. I mean, Mundo has got a bit
of big pants.
He's got like a Joe Miller waist going on. You have to get 2 belts and link them together,
Don't be so harsh on yourself. You look beautiful.
Chain them together. So, Candy Panda, let's see where he builds and continues, because it looks like Sullivan is going to be an eye edge, maybe come out after that Trinity Force. Zazas in his top lane, got himself that death cap a while back as well. Jesus, though, he is possibly the key for SK, opening up, unlocking the game with that charm. Rabadon's death cap, Deathfire Grasp picked up. A lot of damage on him, and we'll see where it works out. Overpower's been, as we've said so many times, fairly passive, fairly, I don't exactly try to think of the word, but basically he's not been involved in this entire game.
Passive is a great word.
Passive really is kind of fits it pretty well. 12 seconds on the Dragon. Roccat snuck it last time. I don't think SK are going to allow that to happen this time around. There's a lot of ward placement coming in around this river area. They have the positional advantage.
We still do see a lot of the big items for Roccat here, so they are still strong if they get a standard 5 versus 5 here. They've been using 2 ultis from Overpower so far in the game, and they've done nothing at all. every single time. He needs to land a perfect one here. And Rocket, of course, because their comp is built around picking off targets with like Jankos or Vander landing their binding or the cocoon. Otherwise, they actually have to wait for SK Gaming to engage onto them and just like kite it out, get a good position for the shockwave, and then re-engage as soon as they land all the ultis.
Jez has got a DFG in there as well, so he needs to be hunting. You can see him actually up in the jungle then, waiting off to the side just to hope that someone comes around that they can pick up. The Dragon, of course, in the meantime, did go over to SK Gaming. In terms of gold now, they're closing in. It's just 1,000 difference. Roccat still holding on to the lead, but slowly but surely the map is just being taken away from them. They're losing tower here, tower there, dragon here, dragon there. And at some point, they're going to be sitting in their base thinking, what the hell happened to us?
They're basically just so far behind in terms of vision control and wards on the map. Same around the Dragon. I mean, look at the area here. Blue wards everywhere from SK Gaming. 2 wards from Rocket placed around their own blue buff. I mean, they can't use that for anything. So as soon as SK started the Dragon, Rocket couldn't find an opening to engage in because you're going to run straight into an Ahri. She's going to land a charm in your face and you're going to die, which means fight is lost. So they had to just stay back, couldn't find an opening. Again, they don't have any real engage unless they land a binding or cocoon. But to do that, you need wards on the map. You need to see where SK Gaming is going or moving around, and potentially hope a support is going to face check you, which he did.
Jez is caught out with a dart binding. Now they're going to follow through. Shockwave will pull him down. Intervention, though, is popped, and that's a lot of ultimates used. Jankos, where's he going to go from this rappel? He's just going to drop straight down in amongst them. Freddy and FLICKR pouncing on towards Vander. They're going to chase him down. He's going to get the slow on towards Vander. There's no tower to fall back on. Wild Growth used on the support to save his life. That's another ultimate burn. Roccat are completely split here.
Decent chunks from the side though, and actually Celever decides it's not even worth it at this point. They need to get around and defend this inhibited turret. And Roccat are just nowhere near this one. SK right on top of it. No shockwave, of course, for overpower after it was used earlier. SK losing a good chunk of health, though. See most of them down to around about half binding. Will land onto Candy Panda. They're going to try and get on him. He will fly. Blast in from Celever. They do manage to get the kill. In fact, it was Panda that did steal it away in the end. But Celever's been the man of this fight. Well, Valkyrie in. There's the charm going on to him. That should slow him down enough for SK to get away.
They've got to keep chasing. They want to force them out. They need to get something from this one. They've just lost their inhibitor turret. If they can continue burning them down, they may have been able to sneak the Baron. But again, SK disengage. A single charm from Jesus onto the AD carry, stop them dead in their tracks.
And this KO pickup here for Enrated has been so important because, again, whenever a binding or a cocoon lands, Enrated is there. He's ready with the ulti. So even though Shockwave is used, even though Rocket just used all the damage on this one member, instantly we get the ult from Enrated. It's only the one guy being locked up. As soon as he's out of the binding, out of the CC, the ulti wears off from Kale, and he's free to just either step away or actually re-engage like we saw Jesus do here before. So this Kale ult has been working really well against Morgana. Not only in the laning phase, but also in terms of Rocket trying to find these picks with these two, Elise and Morgana, and it's just not been paying off, and they haven't been getting the team fights. SK Gaming have constantly they're actually just chasing them. We never get this full-on 5 versus 5, where the comp from Rocket could also be very strong as long as they can kite. They never get the chance.
Kite is very strong as well with SK. We've seen time after time those Void Spikes, Cleavers, Charms coming down, and very hard to chase into SK Gaming without, number one, taking too much damage in there as well. And I've got a feeling that SK is just going to do that this entire time, you know, go in there, push that turret down, wait for Roccat to start chasing and say, no, you know, you're going to chase us back, but we're just going to slowly but surely back away. In fact, they're now moving over towards the Baron there is. They get clear out there from SK Gaming, so they got full vision control of that Baron area. One over the back as well will spot Vander coming in to put one down.
And that's what we've talked about, the vision control. You know, SK coming in, Roccat not defending their wards at all. SK complete vision control. They're starting to set up for a Baron potential here. Roccat come in, they sneak in, get a ward down, but that's immediately cleared by SK. And Roccat just sat again, well, we can't see what's going on. We don't know what's happening. And SK are fully in control of this game now, despite the fact it is, what, only 300 gold in Rockat's favor.
So while SK can actually group up and go for this open inhibitor, they're gonna have a hard time pushing down towers because there's so much wave play on the side of Rocket here. So if SK ever groups up in one lane, Rocket is there to defend. They can just instant kill the minions. So we actually do see SK realizing, fair enough, we can't really take down the towers. We can either go for open inhibitor or we can try and bait the Baron here. That's gonna be the two options. They need to catch out Rocket outside of the base or under their own tower if they feel like Freddy can go in for the dive, get a kill, remove some of the wave there, and then you can start taking the towers here. So that's simply why we're seeing SK Gaming setting up around this Baron here as well.
And Mundo is slowly but surely turning those 2 giant belts from earlier into a lot more than that. Already got the Warmog's armor complete. The Randuins will be coming in here next, and that is a tanky Mundo. Is it at that point now where you just, I want to say ignore him? You can't really ignore Mundo. That's the sad thing about it, because he's in your face constantly, sticks to whoever he decides to go for, but so very difficult to actually end up taking down. That Morellonomicon from Zaz definitely going to be helping out, but the jungle is starting to be overrun here by SK, and looks like they're going to make the natural progression towards that top inner turret.
And they're slowly stepping further and further into the jungle, try to clear the wards. Take a 1 down here from Banner, so at least can see SK move between the mid and top lane now. But it's so good for Freddy to play against so much magic damage, because it opens up again. Spirit Vision first item, perfect with Dr. Mundo, you get the health regeneration, and at the same time you get Warmogs again. Your Q, your cleaver scales on your HP even better. And can an AP champion who doesn't have any % magic damage burst down someone like Dr. Mundo at this point? Not gonna happen.
Well, all the focus around the Baron buff area has left the Dragon completely untouched. It spawns now, and that's not what SK care about. They're on the Baron. Roccat nowhere near this, being zoned out completely by Freddy. He is running basically as a bouncer right now for SK. That is a quick and easy Baron for SK. Look at him, entire team on top of him. He's just like, yeah, whatever, you know, gonna kill me. Great.
He died.
We already took the Baron.
Yeah, really just basically blocking with the power of him. We see that the Phosphorus Bomb coming over the top from Celever, and Roccat realizing that they've lost out on that Baron. Obviously with that Morellonomicon, it becomes a lot harder for him to actually be tanking and regenning that entire time. There's the jump in, they're going for overpower, and it is going to be the charm that gets it. And very early,
this is 4 members.
This could be real bad for Roccat. There's the second kill. The reset's coming for Svenskeren.
He's not going to get away from this one. There's the flash. Svenskeren continues to chase on towards him. He will have a leap in a couple of seconds. He chooses to just step away there. The rest of SK come in though. The inhibitor is wide open, and as you just pointed out, that was a 4v5, and SK just dominated the fight.
Yeah, there was a ward in the bush here, overpower. He was running as the last member from Roccat down towards this Dragon here. Justice instantly just goes for him. There's a pink ward here in the bush. Look at overpower trading behind, jumps him. He's going down instantly, no protection for him, no chance to even wild go for him because Zazus wasn't in range. And then SK Gaming just keep on chasing. They have the Baron buff. They've shown they're so strong in these team fights. And this mid game where Celevar could have made an impact on the Corki, it never really happened.
Problem is though, even if you'd have gone something into the late game like we saw him so well on that Tristana, if you think back to yesterday, the way it's going here, they're not going to get towards a late game period where it's going to be so strong. They've just not been able to capitalize on the power that he should really have. If you look at his items there, looks like the Infinity Edge will be coming out next year. He did get a Vamp Scepter halfway through to keep himself some sustain going. But then you look towards Mundo and you think Branduin's, Warmog, Spirit Visage. It's not easy to kill, and we saw it during that last Baron takedown from SK Gaming that they sent Freddy in. It takes him so long to kill him off, and he's such a pain with his cleavers that they can just basically take objectives while he's just tanking up the team.
And while this game is not being Candy Panda, who's been the guy to carry, Jess has been doing a fantastic job on Ari here. But the fact that SK Gaming banned Tristana, first picked the hyper carry, and suddenly Celevar had to go for Corki. There was nothing left for him to play. If you look on the side of Candy Panda, he's played Twitch as well, he's played Jinx as well in the playoffs. So even if Roccat decides to fully ban 80 carries, there will still be a late game carry ready for Candy Panda to pick up. And we can say the same for Celevar. That's going to be a big deal in the pick and bans going into the next few games.
Yeah, it's what we noticed long ago throughout the season that Sarvar was limited on his pull, despite this great performance yesterday, it seems again. And I gotta wonder whether Jankos, could have maybe helped focus that bottom lane earlier on. They didn't really put any pressure on Candy Panda and rated. SK, look at this, off the side, Charm lands on towards Zazas, instantly they react and pounce on towards him. Wild Growth comes out, Jezza's actually caught in a good dark binding, but there's just no follow-up. They haven't got the damage. Candy Panda actually flanking round, that's unusual. The AD carry's not really the guy that should be doing that.
Well, I'm apparently saying don't need to stay passive on this one. We can see that the Nexus turrets are taking chunks of damage now as the super minions start to come in there. And you're going to have to force them off, and I think this is a scenario where Roccat are going to eventually have to say, guys, we have to leave this tower. We have to let that one go down to defend the base.
So while they could defend the first wave here with all the wave clear, as soon as they had to use the wild growth, it wasn't up anymore, any longer. Celevar is very low in mana. They just had to back away from this tower here, give it up to SK Gaming, and that's what they can keep doing because SK Gaming are so far ahead. Again, not necessarily in terms of gold, but just because their late game comp is so much better, the gold counts even more for them.
Well, this middle inhibitor, it will be respawning at some point shortly. Svenskeren's the man in the mid lane, pushing, helping those super minions keep the damage down. Candy Panda comes in, Freddy tanks up a couple of the hits, and this inhibitor turret in his top lane is not going to be much longer in the world. Jesse's charm does not land, but his burst damage does, and Jankos takes that. Again, another couple of shots come in. Svenskeren pulls Roccat to the side. They continue to siege, and slowly but surely that tower is falling.
Down to about half HP now. Svenskeren in the meantime pushing these super minions on through into the base. So Roccat again going to be apparently my fractions are a little bit off because that's definitely not half HP. That's about 2 auto attacks here from Candy Panda, and that one's going to go down. Super minions have to be dealt with. Just forget super minions. Svenskeren has to be dealt with. He's on the Nexus turrets himself, and Roccat are trying to hold on to the inhibitor turret. Priorities.
Priorities indeed. What are they doing? He's been flanking around that whole side. 2 more auto attacks from Candy Panda is all it's going to take. Jankos, he's the man. He's going to leap in towards it. Svenskeren jumps on him right now. This is a jungle battle, duel back and forward, and Jankos may not well win it. The inhibitor turret falls on the left-hand side. Svenskeren stealths himself up. Jankos will not fall back on towards him, but the damage is done, and Svenskeren backs off.
Still the tower in top lane is alive. It's now all about inhibitor here for SK Gaming. They are fairly low in mana, Candy Panda as well. This might be the chance to fight for Roccat. And then Jankos almost dies.
Almost dies. Putting that disclaimer there right at the very last second, and Jankos doing exactly the same with a nice little repel to get away from Jesus, who actually flashed for that one. They did take down the inhibitor as well, so that is good news for them. But that top turret, I'm not sure how it quite survived, but the important thing is that it did actually survive going in there. And there must be a decent chunk of gold here for SK Gaming to be going home and spending. And as I say that, you can see a couple of them start on 1700 gold, and the items are just going to start flowing for them at this point.
Yeah, they were sieging for a long time there, making full use. The Baron will be back up in a minute. Roccat desperately forcing themselves out, get the wards down around that pit. They know that SK could well be focusing straight towards it. They've pushed the top wave out, they pushed the bottom wave out. They're trying to do the same against the super minions in that mid lane, forcing every little thing they can make out of it. They really, really, really want to catch someone out. Maybe an N-rated sneaking in to put some wards down, or a Candy Panda walking good, yeah, unawares into the bush.
Get the butterfly.
Oh, shows himself too early.
Candy Panda there. Still the guy. Has been in the scene for many, many years. He's seen most things. He was also the guy where Fnatic did their clairvoyance trick in DreamHack Finals, Season 1.
He'll thank you for reminding him of that one.
Yeah, he was the guy walking in dying. So yeah, he knows about these small traps. It was pretty much what Roccat could do at this point. Otherwise now they're going to be forced into a straight up 5 versus 5 around the Baron pit. And if they lose it, the game will be done.
Small correction, it was Season 2 at Gamescom. Right here, actually.
Really?
In 2012, I believe.
Huh, almost the same.
Yeah, back old El Clasico there. So, Baron is live, Dragon is spawning. Rockat's wards that they managed to squeeze out there. There's still 2 surviving, and they are, again, still trying to get a little trap, but it's so hard to spring a trap like that when there's living artillery, and there's a gigantic bouncer coming into your face. Svenskeren is going to jump on towards them as well. That's going to be the shockwave, not doing enough damage, and they are being forced out of that. Once Freddy came in amongst 4 members, no cares given. He had his sadism running and just simply face-checked the lot.
And that was actually a good shockwave by Overpower, but if you look at every single member from SK Gaming, they all have magic resist because, well, we have 4.5 magic damage dealers on the side of Roccat here. So easy for SK Gaming to survive, even though it was a great shockwave from Overpower here. Nobody even dropped too low. Candy Panda has heal, has life steal, and of course Enrated as well can give him a little bit of help regaining all his HP. And now on to Baron.
Baron down to half HP. Nexus Taurus in the meantime are once again going to be pressured by the Super Minions. They decide to jump away. Overpower, he is in no man's land here. And there is the ultimate used out of Jesus. It's going to be a simple kill to put Jesus on the rampage. And SK say, well, easy. So just gifted to them on a plate there.
Yeah.
He had no shockwave available. He used his flash to basically run away. And that is a Baron going to SK.
That was basically Overpower just trying to make a hero play in the very end, go and see if he couldn't kill someone in the back or steal the Baron. I'm not sure. The point is still for Rocket. They are so far behind at this point. They need a fantastic team fight or SK Gaming to make a big, big mistake here. If Rocket is going to come back in this game, it really does not look good at the moment.
So game one, very much in control by SK. It's actually been something that's ran throughout the game, honestly. While Rocket may well have stole a few little objectives here and there, a cheeky little dragon play as they drew the attention of SK up the river. It's still, that was pretty much the last play they made in this matchup because SK, even when behind in gold, have been the ones that have looked like they're going to win the game.
And while SK Gaming didn't 100% manage to shut down Jankers, he actually didn't do anything just by himself. He didn't manage to pull off any successful ganks except for the one in the top lane where he got the first blood. Otherwise, we haven't really seen Jankers. And this is what happens with Rocket when Jankers is not the guy who carries the early game. Because the two side lanes, or solo laners, sorry, while they did well on farm, they were extremely passive, didn't manage to do anything else on the map. Jesse started getting a few kills on Ahri and suddenly he got rolling. And down the bottom lane, they fell behind to the Kayle, or to Candy Panda and raided. Ended up losing the tower as well. So whenever Jankers is not the guy who gets some good ganks in the early game, the rest of Rocket just looked very, very passive and also lost the battle for wards, which is pretty weird considering Rocket is one of the best teams normally at placing wards.
Well, SK are moving in to get rid of that inhibitor, obviously respawning in. The Super Minions have already caused Rocket a whole host of problems. Can they finish off the inhibitor? Svenskar actually taking a good bit of damage there, and that shockwave, don't forget, is available here for Overpower. It's going to take a massive one to actually help them out, but even the last one, which was very good from Overpower, you have to give him the credit where it's due, hitting 3 men inside of the jungle. Didn't really do all that much damage because of the magic resist that they've been building up.
You know, Rocket keep doing this combo there, the Cocoon, Dark Binding, double CCing someone, but there's just no follow-up anymore from Rocket. They keep landing there. They just did on Freddy, and look at Freddy, he's back to full hit points already. Intervention's always there to fall back on as well. Another inhibitor goes down as Freddy just stands and face tanks all of Rocket, while the rest of SK just chip away and melt down the base. Rocket are absolutely helpless here as SK look to close out game one. It is a solid performance and a bit of a worry for Rocket. We said it from the very beginning though, back in pick and ban. How are they going to deal with Freddy on Mundo? They banned out 3 top laners and still waited to counterpick.
They just, I mean, they took his tower in the top lane, they killed him once, but he was even in farm with Xaxus for the entire time. What is the reason to pick Lulu then? If you're not even going to try and bully and shut down the Dr. Mundo up in the laning phase? Yeah, okay, sure, you have a lot of utility in team fights, but you're never really going to have a real tank because Lulu is your top laner at the moment and you have the least jungle. So Freddy, as long as he just picked up all the farm he could in the lane, he got early Spirit Visage, then he built in towards the Warmox, the Double Giants build, and from there on, he was just unkillable.
And I think that's the point of it, that Lulu had to bully Mundo, slow him down from getting to this stage where, to be honest, I mean, this is kind of the composition that you exactly don't want to play against a Mundo, which is full of magic damage, even from the AD carry. And the thing is, he got to that stage, and Corki never really had his time to shine in this one either. You know, if we were now looking at a Tristana or maybe a Vayne as well, obviously that'd be a little bit more vulnerable in this composition, it would be doing a lot more. I mean, the Rockets going through don't really dent anybody on that SK team.
And the gold graph we just saw there, you know, kind of basic shows what exactly we talked about. You know, Rocket needed to win early. They had a 5,000 gold advantage, yet never made use of it, never at any time looked like they were going to go for it. They are going to try and go in.
That was 2 ults, by the way.
A risk play comes out, it doesn't work out, and sure as hell, SK will punish them here. They're just going to pace on through and rush into the base. The super minions were already on the Nexus turrets. They're going to take down. It is going to be Roccat going out in game 1. It's a best of 5 though, plenty of time to turn around. Their coach Veggie's going to be having to look at this one and having a long, hard think, because SK Gaming, they were in full control of that game, even when they were 5,000 gold behind.
And it actually almost felt like, while Rocket were trying to ban out Freddy, they also banned out Zaz as their own top laner, because he had the last pick. He could have taken Dr. Mundo earlier if they wanted the late game tank, because it was picked by Freddy in the last rotation by SK Gaming. They had some of those options for Rocket to take it. Instead, they waited, wanted to last pick the top lane, end up saying, we actually don't have anything we can play into this Mundo now. Let's just try Lulu here, try and bully him early on. Also remember, Lulu was nerfed even more here on this patch. Like, you don't get the same utility from your Q and your W anymore, so it just felt like Rocket in the end actually banned out themselves.
Yeah.
And also, they need to really look here towards Selva and say, what other picks do we have? Do we have any other late game carries? Can we play Jinx? Can we play at Twitch potentially here for him? Otherwise, he might be stuck on Corki for pretty much every single game.
We should look at Ari as well for Jez. It's a strong champion. It has been throughout the season, honestly. But 4-0-3, you can't argue with that. Did his job. Well, I say out-farmed. He kept up with Overpow. Pretty even, but honestly, he was the impact. He landed that charm, he got the kill, and that's what started forcing the towers. Even when they were behind, you always knew there was that play that was going to be made.
And that's the problem here, that we talked about how SK don't really rely on Jesus to carry them in these games. They'd rather look to the likes of Candy Panda for Freddy to be constantly pressuring, which this game wasn't necessarily the case. Candy Panda, for me, was actually fairly quiet this entire time. It was Jesus who was constantly stalking inside of the jungle, always looking for those pickoffs, and as soon as he gets the first kill and gets his DFG, everyone then has to be so scared. Roccat was too scared to come out into their own jungle. They didn't ward like the Roccat that we were really used to be honest, and they lost control of everything just very, very easily and very quickly as well. The gold swing happened really fast.
And that's the bonus, you know, as we mentioned, with Jez, they don't rely on Jesus. So when he does make a play, suddenly like, boom, well, everybody makes control of it. And the point is, Freddy, you know, he became a brick wall. He basically, he probably had a pretty boring game. If you were to ask him himself, he probably wasn't too pleased about playing Mundo in that top lane, because basically all he did was the man that stood at the front. But another solid performance from Freddy. We talked about that top lane, how he dominated Wicked yesterday. And today against Zazas, Zazas basically had no impact on this game at all, and that, despite the fact he picked Lulu. We're going to go over to Shox though. She's standing by with Quick Shot and Crepo to take a look at game 1.
Thank you very much, D-Man. SK decisive win here in game 1 over Roccat. Let's take a look at picks and bans from Roccat. A very AP-heavy composition coming out. Crepo, what are the things that you noticed?
First off, I want to point out that SK played it smart. They went in with a strategy. They weren't really afraid of a single player. They just said, okay, we're going to ban Tristana. First pick Kog'Maw. We're comfortable with that. If you want to pick anything that's left, fine. But we're happy with that. And in a sense, it forces Roccat actually to counterban Kog'Maw, in my opinion, because I think Tristana and Kog'Maw are by far the two strongest AD carries right now. Unless you play a Twitch on Korean level, and you can make a lot of picks. But it's really hard to do that. So good job on SK. And then, Roccat came out and picked some magic damage, picked some more. And they have this beautiful protect the AD carry comp, and then they play Corki.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like, we got down to that last pick, Dr. Mundo was locked in, and we were talking backstage, what are you going to run top lane? We know Zazas, he's run Alistar before. We were looking at it going, you got this sort of very heavy teamfight comp, why not pick a Shyvana into it? And they went Lulu. Double AP voluntarily with Corki, who's a lot of AP, into a Mundo. There was always going to be a point where Mundo would just stand there and you couldn't kill him. What were they going to do against him? Yeah. I also want to highlight just a quick point. Roccat, when Selva's uncomfortable, lose a lot of their games. Roccat have early picked like AD carries to get Selva comfortable to win games, and they have to prevent doing this later, because Corki against Cog Mundo, it's not going to work.
Quick time before we actually head over into the mid game and the late game. You saw Roccat fumble, fall behind, and I don't think post 25 minutes they ever even pushed the lane out. A Shyvana with a Blade of the Ruined King could have done that because she can go toe-to-toe with a Mundo, pressure him out, and still be mobile enough with Dragon's Descent or whatever it's called to get back out. I don't do the ultimates.
You got it right. Well done.
I'll get there eventually. So I would have loved to see more presence coming out of Rocket because they played a composition. Full Magic works. You know, Morgana at least works together, but you gotta win early. And the first blood didn't came until 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and you're talking actually about the mid and late game, but as you mentioned, the early game, we know Jankos can be very decisive in that early game, and he was. But I do want to put a replay up on the screen for the one thing that Rocket did well in that early game was Jankos and story time with Crepo, because you noticed something that we hadn't before.
Yeah, I'm going to be talking a lot this game because there's so many things I like pointing out, so apologies for that. But basically what's happening right now is you see Jankos go to his blue buff, bot lane is in position to walk down the lane, and Lu is standing at the red buff. So you gotta imagine that you're SK Gaming, and if we roll the clip right now, they can't see what we're seeing, but so Jankos is gonna solo start his buff. Xaxis is showing that he's a good actor because he's gonna walk up, shield himself on the exact timing he would normally pull the buff, walk back to lane, and he'll even meet Mundo there. So in SK's head right now, Jankos started at red buff, but he's actually starting at blue. This allows bot lane to play super aggressive bottom because they expect the 3-minute gank to come bottom, so SK is going to play back. At the same time, top lane is not afraid of a gank because we know where the jungler started, and this is exactly why Jankos started with a sweeper, and you'll see it later. They'll go up on the top lane, get Mundo's flash, almost kill him even, and I really like this mind game. I really like all the pieces, the way they were playing, because it's not only Jankos doing this, it's top lane and bot lane working together.
Yeah, we can actually take that replay off the screen, and something that is really impressive to note, the bait, the fact that it got a summoner spell almost led to a kill, we need to keep an eye if that continues happening, because if the team is well aware of it and all of Rocket are working to the same beat, that is why Jankos gets so many of these first bloods. So we'll have to keep an eye on the rest of the series.
They might be very mad at Crepo because he let the secret out. But anyway, as you mentioned, they got the flash out of Mundo when they came up there the first time. They killed him when they towered over him next time, and actually got a couple of objectives of that, which was maybe the only good thing that came out of that early game from Rocket Crepo.
Well, early game, it was 17 minutes in the game.
Yeah.
I like that they turned on the switch. They went for first blood into tower, get another tower, and then SK did the same thing they did a couple of times. They tunneled. They tunneled on trying to get the kills, and then Rocket would react with what they call a cross-map objective, and they took a tower mid lane. Later instance, SK was chasing Rocket down the map with Ari again, looking for picks. Rocket said, fine, we'll get the dragon. So they were doing some things right, but I think they were really a victim of their composition, and later in the game, if you can't push out your side lanes, there is no way you can pressure the map because everybody will just be together.
We have to go back to the beginning of the day when we said Rocket, yesterday they had massive problems. They picked compositions with no wave clear. Today they pick compositions, hey, we've got wave clear, but we're going double AP with an AP non-hyper carry into a Mundo. So again, pick and ban strategy from Rocket is letting them down because gameplay decision making is pretty solid.
Yeah, and I'd actually like to think it could have worked out. There was one instance when they sneaked the dragon and it diverted all the attention by giving up a kill in their top jungle. They sneaked the dragon, okay, they got some gold. SK was not really ahead in gold, but if you don't fight at that time and get those kills, you won't be able to do anything.
I actually just want to take a step back, and if you look at the whole game, yes, SK were in the lead, they played safe, they had a late game scaling comp, but neither of these teams were really playing to win. It felt like they were playing to not lose.
It's very typical.
Yeah, because of the losses yesterday.
It's very typical in your first game of a BO5 that what you should do as an experienced player is play comfort picks and play calm and just feel out and just like get into the game a little bit. And you'll see SK did that. So they played comfort picks and Raiden went for KL. There were plenty of meta picks available. Kog'Maw, safe champions, long range, pretty straightforward, and late game. And Rocket had to do fancy stuff to be able to win this game, and that's really hard to do that in the first game of a series.
Yeah, the one thing that I also just think for Rocket, the style is very drastically different to what they were running yesterday. Yesterday, the Zillion pick was very, very important for Overpower. Was the game that they managed to pick up quite well. The Fizz picks did not work out for him. And now you've got away from that aggressive comp into a very reactive, sort of defensive team composition. But if you're going to do that, it has to hinge on a focal point. It has to hinge on something that, whatever you're protecting, is the backbone, is the core. And a Corki is not that.
No, I'd love to see. I mean, we know Selliver plays Jinx. That might have been a thing, but that is a confidence thing because Jinx, you got to be so aware of your positioning, and it's hard to pick that here in that first game of the series.
I would have liked to see Shyvana Twitch instead. Shyvana goes in, gets the Orianna ball, draws all the aggro to her, and then Twitch just puts on spray and pray and just goes mental. In worst case, you still have Black Shield and Orianna Shield for the Twitch. It should be enough. You don't need all these you don't need a triple protection comp if you're going to run a Corki. It baffles my mind because Freddy even was lenient on the opposing team because he went to Giant spells. He could have even done Spirit Visage and immediately went for Banshees, and then it would have sealed the deal as well.
Yeah, it's very rare that you can literally just look at a game straight up and say this whole thing hinges on one or two small decisions. And for Freddy, we'll see what he does because he had 3 targeted bans his way: Nidalee, Aatrox, and Maokai, all taken off the table. Roccat felt that he was the threat. I still think Ari on Jez's has to be a consideration. He went 4-0-3, as D-Man pointed out. You can't let him just get that super comfortable assassin because she is working for him and she is helping SK control that mid game when they find picks.
Yeah, so bottom line here, Roccat has to do something about their picks, and for SK, they can basically do the exact same thing, but maybe be adaptive if something crazy comes out from Roccat.
Yeah, I think SK should think a little more about their builds still, but maybe that's just me being personally about support itemization. I do not play Kayle, but I felt, and Raiden went for a really early Ruby Sightstone. I would have liked to see the Mikhails rush quicker. I would have liked to see better boots, just more mobility, more deep warding, and then play with your side lanes and just put the pressure on the enemy, and then you can start rotating, because it's so hard if you're only pushing mid and then you have to wait for ages until that lane finally starts pushing and then you can slowly rotate. If you move around the map, you can put so much pressure.
I got one little thing to note. SK again, warding, terrible in the early game. It got better in the mid game. But they continue to demonstrate as a team, their warding sucks.
All right, and on that note, when we return, SK Gaming tries to keep their momentum alive, while Roccat will look to bounce back in Game 2. Don't go anywhere.
Tower is very, very low. Actually, they decided to just jump on him there, not finishing off the tower. Wild Growth will come in. It is Jankos that's tanking it up.
Shockwave will pull him down. Intervention, though, is popped, and that's a lot of ultimates used. Jankos, where's he going to go from this rappel? He's just going to drop straight down in amongst them.
Jetting that entire time there. They're going to Robopow, and it is going to be the charm that gets it. And very
this is 4 members.
This could be real bad for Roccat.
Welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get into game 2, but first some of the veteran players tell us why the fight for third place is one of the most emotional matches in the LCS.
The third, fourth place match is always a really tough match to play because one team gets to go to Worlds and the other team is going home.
The third place game was even more important than the game for the first place. It's pressure, but it depends on the team, I guess. Some teams like fall under the pressure and some teams get more excited from the pressure.
You're very nervous, you want to win, and you want to go to Worlds. If you don't go to Worlds, you're gonna feel sad.
There's so much emotion in it, and basically going to Worlds and not going to Worlds could potentially change the career of pro players.
So in Season 2, we faced 2 of the best EU teams.
So we were really worried because we knew CLG was a really good team and they will really put their mind into that third game.
CLG back then was one of the best teams, if not the best team.
We felt that we needed to make it, we deserved, we have been playing well throughout the whole year.
It's not like we knew we would lose to them. It was close, but at the time, I don't feel like we were stronger.
We lost 0-2 versus them and in the third place, and it was really devastating for us pretty much.
I remember after we lost the game, there were some fans like asking for signature, but normally I'm a really chill dude even if we lose, but I was just so mad. I walked out and I wasn't talking to anyone and I just went out and I took the train back alone and I was just like holding my hands to my face and I was like, how did this happen?
Last year it was very different because our team didn't actually do well. We were very up and down.
We actually stepped it up a lot towards the end of the season, so we had a better shot than we should have. But just overall from the season, Gaming was a far superior team.
I don't think that anyone cared about rivalry. It was only about like going to Worlds. So we were trying our best and we did it.
One last fight, it's only Wicked that stands between them here and the World Playoffs. They are going to do it, a 2-1 thrilling best of 3.
I don't even know why I was so emotional. It's just like the emotional breakout. It's like you can't control it. That was what was going in my head, I guess.
Not making it to Worlds, essentially it broke up CLG-EU. Like that was the day CLG-EU died, and it's actually like the second time I think I've actually cried after losing a match.
Even though they lost, I think that they're like sportsmanship guys, and it is the attitude that you should have. Like if you lose, you're happy for your opponents. That's how the sports works. No way 2 sides can win.
Never a truer word said, really. No way 2 sides can win. There'll only ever be one champion, no matter how many teams are involved.
And I just have to say, looking at Alex here when he was crying, he was so happy he qualified. And also looking at CLG-EU, just the sportsmanship, he talked about it. And I miss that team because they were so nice to play against and play with, because every time you played them, instantly after you would just go out and talk, have some fun and talk about the game. So I miss CLG-EU.
And young Crepo.
And also young
that
Crepo.
Video.
It's very young. We've all aged a bit, ladies and gentlemen, as the seasons have rolled on. So now it is time for our next match in this series between Roccat and SK Gaming. SK Gaming took game 1. We'll see if Roccat can come back and take game 2 as the pick and bans get underway. Oriana taken away. Roccat, of course, had that in the last matchup. They don't want to allow Jesus to get his hands on it. And again, Hogmore this time banned out, focusing those AD carries SK like they did in game 1.
Yeah, and SK can disband Tristana now as well, and have Jinx or Twitch open for Candy Panda, and then we have to see what Celebar is going to play. And this Oriana ban from Roccat simply shows to me that they are afraid of SK actually picking Oriana in the very first rotation, and they don't want to first pick it themselves.
So what's going to come down here? Surely a Kassadin ban you'll be feeling, or a Maokai, one of which is probably going to end up getting through here unless Roccat decide to ban either of those away here. And that may just be the strategy for SK Gaming, and we've seen that appearing a couple of times this week already, where teams will leave both Maokai and Kassadin up and say, take your pick, we'll have the other one.
It's actually really good for SK Gaming on red side here, because if they do leave Maokai, Kassadin and Tristana open now, whatever Rocket first picks, it doesn't really matter for SK because they're going to get 2 of the other really, really strong picks on their side. So if there's going to be first pick Kassadin from Rocket, well, we take Maokai Tristana, and we are more than happy. It's actually what they're doing now. They're leaving all these very, very strong picks open because they can get 2 of them.
And you could see the smile on Overpower's face. He's like, yeah, I'm going to get Kassadin. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. This is a dilemma. And Xaxus, he's the one that's making the pick. So he's like, screw you guys. I'm Maokai in the top lane. Let's see if we can handle Kassadin.
I actually feel like it's the right call. While the Kassadin worked out for Rocket yesterday and they won against Fnatic, it was also due to Silva playing Tristana late game and being completely untouched. Like, Fnatic didn't have a comp who could actually dive him. So I like the fact they picked Maokai here, especially also because Xaxus had issues in the last game. Lulu didn't work for him. Nidalee is banned here. Clearly, he probably felt like he wants to get the strongest possible top laner for him at the moment, and now they can just trade tanks if Freddy wants to play the Mundo. Otherwise, he's going to play the Aatrox probably into the Maokai.
It's an interesting choice here, taking Morgana and Kha'Zix. So Kha'Zix obviously a big choice here for Svenska. We saw Jankos playing it pretty much exclusively yesterday as well. And Morgana, we all know how important she can be. Question now is for me, what do Rocket go with? I'm expecting that Tristana could come out. Will they take Kassadin though? I'm not sure about it.
Well, if they do take Kassadin and Tristana, I actually don't like them together because you're too weak in the mid game. So I would like to just see one of them come out from Rocket here. So if they want to go Kassadin, they pretty much have to go Corki with it as the AD carry to have some mid game power. But we have to see what they do. If they do go for the 2 late game carries in Kassadin and Tristana, they're gonna have to just really rely on outplaying SK Gaming in the mid game. Otherwise, they're gonna have so many issues.
Oh, we'll see how it works out. Don't forget Twitch is still out there as well. The rat, possibly for Candy Panda, could be a pickup to try and stealth his way around. At the moment, there's a lot of dive in there. Ari again, wide open for Jesus. He'll happily take it, and there is potentially the rat. They haven't locked him in yet, but as you talked about, this is going to leave Rocket a little weak early on.
Yeah, especially in the mid game, they're gonna have big issues. Ari is very good in the mid game. Twitch is very good in the mid game once he gets his blade completed. And you're also gonna see if Twitch gets logged in as the last pick, then if they do get the Aatrox now, as we expected from Freddy. Just the pick potential coming in from SK Gaming here, they can chase Rocket around on the map in the mid game. They can constantly look for these picks here, create the lead they need. So we're never gonna see the late game point of Rocket. That being said, if we do get to the late game with the Kassadin, Tristana, and Maokai, then Rocket are looking very strong in team fights.
What are they going to finish off with here then? Jankos bringing in Elise will give him a little more to work with early on. Are we going to see Vandalife once again on Thresh? We will. Thresh locked in for him, and especially in game 1 yesterday against Fnatic. Vanda was absolutely amazing on Thresh.
Some very mobile targets, however, on the side of SK Gaming here. So going to be a bit harder for him to land the hooks, but if one player in Europe can do it, of course, he's the one, or one of them at least, who is a great Thresh player, Yellow Star as well. I've shown them good moves. But again, Rocket, we have talked about that comp. Very strong in teamfights in the late game. Gonna have some big troubles into the mid game here where SK Gaming can really look to punish them. And honestly, I don't think SK Gaming mind giving away all these strong picks. Because first of all, they get Morgana, which is at the moment one of the strongest supports, also 4 rated. You get Kha'Zix, same pick as last game for Svenska, and he's been dominating on it. Jankos has played well on Kha'Zix in the semifinal against Fnatic, so considered also one of the top junglers. And you get Ari for Jesus again, not being banned away, and the most comfortable pick in the top lane for Freddy, pretty much ever.
Yeah, strong start for them, and of course SK yesterday, they did play in that top lane. They managed to finally get their hands on Aatrox. It was against Alistair though, didn't manage to do it against Maokai, so we'll see how it works out for Freddy this time around. It is pretty much his old tried and tested champion though. I remember distinctly back in the LCS summer where he was saying I got a 100% win record on this, guys, just saying, don't make me lose this game. He did lose one, he has lost one on it, but this time up against Xaxus on Maokai. And Xaxus, you know, even honestly for all of Rocket, you know, when you're 1-0 down in this best-of-5 series, the one main thing you need is comfort picks.
Yeah.
And I feel every single member of that team right now is going to be happy with their selections.
I agree. Again, late game, they have an insane comp in these team fights here, but they have to get to the late game. And last game, they had a very good mid game themselves, but they lost it to SK Gaming. They didn't ward properly. They took the wrong fights, they got caught out of position, and never got to do anything in mid-game here, so it's going to be hard for him to survive against SK if SK plays like they did in the last game.
Well, they also have to avoid the almost typical Roccat thing that we've said so many times this season. You've got a late game comp. Why are you fighting over this dragon now? Don't fight over the dragon. Let him have it. Push the tower somewhere else. Take what you can, but don't end up fighting or half fighting and losing 3 men, 2 men here. They need to avoid that at all costs.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing that you mentioned. Obviously, SK have got a very mobile team. Roccat have got 5 gap closers. Everybody on that team can pile in, be it over a Dragon Pit, a Baron Pit, jumping onto SK. Candy Panda has to play so cautious. He was eating dark bindings left and right yesterday against Alliance. If he gets caught out by Vander, if he gets hooked in, everything is going to blow him up, and then SK is suddenly without one of their main characters.
But also, I mean, in the late game, SK Gaming won't be looking to just group 5 members and run straight into the face of Rocket, because then they're going to lose the fight.
Of course.
They're instead going to look to get some picks, especially if we do get to the late game point where Candy Panda becomes so insanely strong himself in these one-on-ones. So SK Gaming on their side, if we get to the late game point, will look for picks. Candy Panda does have a black shield, so it's going to be slightly harder to lock him up.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So, level 1, will we see any action here? We did see a bit of a late invade just to get those wards down last time around from Roccat on the red side. It looks like they were trying for something a little bit similar. Once again, sweeping length was picked up by Jankos, and they'll use that to get rid of the ramp ward there. And that's something that's caused actually Fnatic a couple of problems yesterday. We saw exactly the same here, which on one hand is a worrying sign as well if Roccat are playing these level 1s at such a predictable level. The thing is that generally at level 1, unless someone makes a catastrophical positioning mistake, there's usually not going to be any action other than buff trading going on.
Well, we do see Roccat with the lane swap here, so they don't want to have the one-on-one against Freddy's Aatrox, and also moving Celavar and Vander up to this top side, and we'll get a red buff. And Svensson was actually starting at the red buff himself, so he's going to be delayed a little bit, running down to this red buff of Roccat. So slightly behind now, but should be able to get 2 buffs anyway.
Well, Freddy knows he's now in a 2v1. He purposely does not go for any CS, will sit around. Svensson instantly runs off. Freddy gets found, Celavar peekabooing, going up towards him. He's going to get the explosive shot in him. That's going to annoy Freddy. Actually just started off with a single shot. Svensson is getting that red buff now, and the rest of Roccat are sweeping round. So potential 4-0, or are they just going to come round in this mid lane early? Jesus, well, he's making tracks down south. They're not going to go full force on him. They're sticking around. Jesus being forced out of lane. Roccat not going to go too deep on this one. So 2v1 in both lanes, or 2v0 at the bottom lane at the moment. This gives an advantage for SK, you would feel, because again, they have that bottom half of the jungle. They could go for that dragon early on.
Yeah, so if Vander stays in the top lane, SK Gaming should be able to rush the early dragon, but because Svensson was so delayed at getting his red buff here, getting his first buff, because he was going to start a red buff here, they won't be able to do it early on. And Vander is getting level 2 now. He's at the point where he's basically staying in lane against Freddy just to zone him away. And he also knows when Freddy's in the top lane, there's no dragon being taken by SK Gaming, because they need him to be there and help Svensson and help Enrated take the dragon here. So, oh, they're actually going up to this top side. Let's see what Jankos can do.
Just going to force him away. The cocoon actually lands. They're going to go in towards it. Twisted Advance gets on towards Freddy. Has to flash out. Flash was used by Zazas as well. They didn't even get the blood well of Freddy, so that was a good flash by him.
Nice flash here, and a lot of early aggression from Roccat, using the fact they had 2 people in the jungle to get this gank here and getting a lot of damage on the tower now.
Early tower for Roccat, that's something that they've done consistently, but SK Gaming move directly over towards that dragon. AD Carry can come to join him. Ari could join from that mid lane as well, but for now it'll just be Svensson and Enrated doing this one alone, just juggling the aggro. But here comes Zazas and Jankos once again, going to go towards Ari. But if they walk down towards that dragon area now, SK probably have to stop this.
Well, Red is taking a lot of damage. He's trying to just dance around the dragon, get it to constantly reset his auto attack. They're coming in here. Zazas is only level 1 though.
Dark Binding caught on one. Svenskeren going to be the focus target. He gets the smite, and no, doesn't quite get the kill. Svenskeren gets away. Now Candy Panda sneaks on in there. Yanko's going to be the focus target. They will get themselves first blood. Freddy will pick that up. Overpower Zazas. Oh, the charm on Zazas. That will be his death, and he will not get away with it. It is a dragon traded for 2 kills.
So SK Gaming took a lot of damage here while tanking the dragon. Freddy wasn't there. He was saving his teleport in case the fight would break out here. 2 members coming down from Rocket at first. Then Overpower joins in. Zazas is only level 1. He's the guy going in. Yengas gets the steal, execute from Elise and smite. But now with the teleport from Freddy and with Vandal running from base and Selva sitting in the top lane, this fight is heavily in favor of SK Gaming. And they do pick up 2 kills here. Zazas falling behind. Let's see actually who got the kill. Jess picked it up here. Great for him on Ari.
And Svenskeren covered up his fail jump quite nicely there with a last-second flash as well as he jumped into the wall. But was able to even come back around and offer a few more void spikes into that fight. So it leaves Freddy then with a 1-0-1. One of the most annoying champions I think that Freddy can get, and a lot of teams will say it, is he's just relentless on Aatrox. He'll just push and push and push overall. Yeah, you might kill him a couple of times, but he's going to be getting strong enough, and he's just going to keep pushing. You've got to send someone in to deal with him.
And while SK Gaming did pick up 2 kills here, if you do look at the farm, especially in the mid lane, Opa was sitting there and just farming while Jessis ran down to the dragon. He was also ganked twice, or we can say 2 people moving in towards him. Freddy just want to try and force a flash here from Opa. Actually, he doesn't have flash. Can land charm? They can.
Oh.
Not really going for it. Anyway, so 2 kills for SK Gaming at the dragon, but Yanka stole it, and a lot of farm here picked up by both Overpower and Zelloa while it happened, before Overpower joined in and was part of their, at least stealing the dragon.
And they've held equal on gold, and now they're looking to push maybe a dive 4v2 on this bottom lane. We'll see how it works out. Remember, no flashes for either of these. Cocoon lands on Svenskeren. That will slow things down. Freddy now also caught out. Twisted advance. Teleport comes out from Overpower. Tower hit again on Candy Panda. They're all low. That's going to be Freddy. He's caught out here. This was bad timing. They read this one like a book, and Overpower will now get a kill as well. Everything going the way of Rocket in terms of Overpower.
And that's also one of the very strong points about running double teleport here. Opa from the mid lane, instant teleported down, picked up a kill, turned the gang around, and SK Gaming here giving up kills and farm to Overpower on this Kassadin. Need to be careful, because we do know what happens if Kassadin gets to late game and if he snowballs out of control.
I mean, Fnatic risked it yesterday as well, went for a similar kind of pick ban strategy where they say, okay, let Kassadin go through. How good is Overpower going to be? And he also had a lane which you were expecting him to maybe not do badly in, but not be as strong as he actually ended up being, especially because we're talking about Overpower here, the man who is very passive in that mid lane as a general rule of thumb. And I mean, if you look at it now, 1-0-0, he's actually up in CS over Jesus.
Yeah, so the lane is not horrible for him here, especially because he can start Flask and teleport on Kassadin. He has the magic shield as well from his Q, so it's actually a fine enough lane for him to sit and farm. It's more once Jesse starts picking up the themes, gets the GFG, then the mid-game power of the Ari is gonna be very scary to deal with, and something the rest of Rocket has to be careful or has to remember if they do pick a fight and Jesse might be there. Because Kassadin normally needs a bit of time to rank up. He needs his death cap, he wants to get a Rod of Ages as well, want to get a voice stuff before we really start seeing Kassadin do some burst damage. Otherwise, it's just a lot about chasing and cleaning up the fights.
Well, SK, I think they want to reset the wave here. They want to really just ram it into Rockat's face, which is what they're trying to force. Svenskeren taking himself a little peek up there. Selva still holding the wave well, though. He turned that explosive shot off, making sure he can just farm up quietly. I don't think Svenskeren's going to help too much on that one. Candy Panda down this bottom wave. He has fell behind in terms of CS. Just shove that one wave up. He should get a good wave and continue on. At the moment, it is Rocket with the early advantage.
SK moving down towards his bottom lane now then with N-rated as well, and we'll see how long Zaz actually sticks around. Blue buffs are starting to come in here, so I'll go over to Overpower in the mid lane. See, got himself the red as well after his kill earlier on. Jesus has now managed to get himself level with CS, but with this next wave moving towards the tower, that was pushed up very quickly by Jesus because he just wanted to simply back away, get himself that blue buff, may even end up going home after this as well to do a bit more shopping.
And Overpower is sitting on 2,800 gold at the moment. He's just looking to go back and instantly complete the Rod of Ages. Oh, Freddy, you got hooked.
The hook goes straight in. He's in trouble. No. All passive available, of course, and that was a fantastic hook there. Well worked out, actually. Jankos, of course, just repelling away. He knew he could take a couple of tower hits and get away.
They need to take this tower fast, however, and go down to this bottom lane because 3 members from SK Gaming is pushing it in, and Dragon as well spawning fairly soon. So I need to get this tower, reset the wave here so Freddy can go in and pick up all of the minions. It won't be as easy for him to just sit and freeze it and use teleport them down for Dragon. So you do see Celevar just trying to get as many minions to die as possible, realize it's not going to happen, now has to push the next wave and actually leave it for Freddy. So he's going to get a lot of farm.
SK making good use. Look at that. They've managed to set up a trap in that bush. They want someone to freely walk in.
I'm not sure that they are, at least for now though. We see that Jesus is doing a good job of pressuring that middle turret. There is Overpower. He's gonna. Oh, he put the ward in there. Rip walks away.
That was tight.
The binding missing it. Actually, Jankos going aggressive there. Jesus coming around. There's a TP coming onto the ward. Overpower dives in. Bit of damage onto Svenskeren. But they back off. Dragon is now live.
Yeah, that was a bit of a weird TP from Zazas here. He wanted to join for the Dragon, so he didn't actually waste anything else but the Summoner. He was going to go there anyway, but a bit of an over-aggressive TP from Zazas. He might need it later on here.
I think Overpower, because he saw him go in and force balls, I think they wanted to slow him so he could instantly get in there, get the twisted advance and get themselves a kill. They wanted to make a pick. It didn't work out, but they have got themselves positional advantage and they are starting off the Dragon early on here. SK, slow to react, teleport coming in. Freddy's going to join this fight. Overpower off the side, has to Rift walk out. Jez is going to go full on aggression, gets the charm onto Zazas. SK jumping in towards this one. They will get the top laner down. The Dragon's still yet to fall. Who will pick that one up? It is going to be finally Rocket that get it. They've lost 3 members in the process. Jankos has got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. He flashes out, but look at Rocket coming around the side, leaping on, getting the resets. They're going to continue chasing.
And Jankos very, very low here on this backside, but Overpower and Celevar gonna be able to hold Jesus and Freddy away. Overpower going in there, actually a lot of damage onto Freddy. Celevar actually gets a kill. He's gonna just rocket jump over. Tower is still there, of course, so couldn't follow behind Freddy more, and Rocket have gotta be happy with that.
They should be very, very happy. There was no play completed for Candy Panda yet. Jesus as well was sitting on just his Athenes. He had a lot of gold in his back pockets, and SK Gaming went for the fight here, ended up losing it. And let's just see again here. They completely ignore the fact that Celevar and Overpower is in the game. First they go for Zazas, the tank. He's going to die in the back line here. Next up, Vander goes in, sacrifices himself. Celevar is left completely untouched, just jumping around. Same goes for Overpower. They're both on full HP at this point. Who cares about killing Jankos now? In the back line, again, the AD carry and the mid lane are just running around, getting the kills they want, keep chasing up, pick up more kills. And Jess for this Dragon fight here was sitting on almost 2,000 gold. Candy Panda was sitting on 1,200 gold. No blade completed, no Athenes completed for Jess either. They were weaker in terms of items, and also they picked the wrong targets. Rocket takes the fight with the extremely late game combi. I would say they take the fight definitely because Kassadin and Tristana picked up the kills.
But SK got the Dragon, so you gotta balance it out. It was what, 2 for 2 in kills? 2 for 3, I'm not sure, but Dragon picked up nonetheless, so even, but like you say, a 2-0-2 on a Kassadin, a 2-0-2 on a Tristana, you cannot hope for more at 13 minutes into the game. Vander might throw out that death sentence. He's gonna stick around the side, doesn't get touched, doesn't go aggressive. They play it cautiously, and they hold on. 2-1 in turrets, Rocket with that lead. And Overpower went straight and got that Rod of Ages flat out, and the tier. It's a little late for the tier, a little late to start stacking that one out, but he's got it nonetheless, and obviously held on to a big chunk of gold. But I think the fact that he sat on that gold was just because he was basically free farming. It wasn't pressured, so he was like, why should I back away right now when I'm just not harassed at all?
And he was just waiting till he had enough gold to go back and instant buy the Rod of Ages, so he could start stacking that one as fast as possible. So he was left untouched in the mid lane. He has 2 kills now, 2 assists to his name. Even some towers gone. Things are looking pretty good for Rocket here in the late game comp so far.
Oh, there's a hook on towards Enrate. He's got a black shield up a little bit like there. Celevar actually taking good damage from the rat, so Rocket start to back away a little bit, right? So Jez is coming down there as well. Just as a note, I feel like this tier is about 10 minutes earlier today than it was yesterday for Overpower. We got that in very late yesterday. to get himself up to it was basically a last-minute Xerath's Embrace that just converted as they were basically going in towards that last fight again, trying to push this turret advantage.
But just the fact you could go back and get the instant Rod of Ages is very, very important, because if you notice Xaxus, he's going to build Rod of Ages as well. So you get 2 members, a standard Rod of Ages time, went back and boarded. They had to stack it up. That means you have like 10 minutes where you're not as strong as you possibly could be for the money you just spent on your item. That's kind of gone now, because the early Rod of Ages came in from Overpower and the early kills.
Candy Panda still desperately defending, just had to use the Blade of the Rune King actually in that last wave to make sure he stayed strong. Svenskeren not really in a healthy situation to join and push this one, so Roccat sticking around, 3-member push in this bottom lane, and every time SK try and sweep across, we saw Jesus, he'd snuck across the map, but he couldn't leave that mid open. Overpower putting pressure, and I think SK eventually are going to lose this tower. I don't think they're going to go for it, or they are going to push in. A flash, Soul Shackles from N-Rated. How will it backfire? Will it work out? That sentence comes in. N-Rated is going down here.
That's backfired.
It's Celeber that gets it. That's a 3-0-2. The tower now low. Overpower comes across once again. Svenskeren in trouble. The Rat already down. They can just turn on towards the tower. They want to get themselves this stealthy kill. Overpower gets a double. You could not hope for more for Roccat right now.
And that was just such a smart play, such a smart setup here by Rocket, because by keeping Jankers in the bottom lane, they also forced Svenskeren to stay there to defend the tower, which meant Overpower in the mid lane could just sit and farm one-on-one and look for the chance to teleport down. Because remember, double teleport from Rocket here, so as soon as Svenskeren went in for the fight, instant teleport from Rocket, from Overpower, who's just been sitting and farming in the mid lane, turned it around as well, even got a kill before he arrived, and then he picked up a double kill. So perfect setup by Rocket here. Overpower, let's see if he can survive.
Gone for it, not going to get it.
Charm went in there, and Overpower did go low. Ignite use along with everything else from Jesus, and just managed to get a tower. So that's the kind of thing we're looking for here. If you are playing against this double teleport comp and Cassidy leaves the lane, you've got to punish him. You've got to take the tower. You've got to have a healthy CS lead coming out of it. Has a 10 CS lead. Got that out of the tower now. Problem is that this is kind of a fed Cassidy already at 4-0-2.
He's free farming in the lane. Picked up multiple kills. Got the first dragon as well, because Jankos managed to steal it. It's just perfect for Overpower right now. Yes, okay, he lost his tower because he teleported, so now Rocket needs to invest in a few extra wards to spot out where Jess is actually moving around. And SK Gaming, they need to get a move on.
Well, they got 10 seconds on the dragon. SK tried to ward it out, but immediately they got swept and cleared by Roccat, so vision was not really gained by them despite having positional advantage. Roccat got themselves the blue for Overpower, and he moves on down towards there. Svenskeren, they want to try and put some punishment onto Overpower, but there's still... I just don't think they can pin him down anymore. I think they've left it too late already.
Just going to clear the pink ward here, moving into the river. Feeling very confident they can actually take control. Also because Candy Panda is still sitting in the bottom lane, and Celeber is running with the rest of Rocket. So get down the pink wards, clear the wards from SK Gaming, and they'll force them to pretty much face check you if you actually want to contest this dragon.
Yeah, look at Overpower. It's that face check at your peril. Svenskeren does come around. He's going to be the target.
Oh, the hook pin. That would have been a kill.
And Cocoon fired off, but SK, they're moving in.
Oh, they're actually going in towards Jankos here. Have they got it down for him? Svenskeren actually going quite low. Freddy that will jump in. There's the shutdown for Jesus. Can they get Xaxus? Actually, Soul Shackles coming in. Out of Morgana. Xaxus going to be locked up. He's going to go down this time around. And just like that, it's a 3-1 for SK.
So the hook from Vandal that missed onto Svenskeren here was very, very important. He just dodged it, otherwise he would have died instantly. We would never had this team fight, and instead the binding from N-rated hit. It started the whole fight. Early kill coming in for SK Gaming and Overpower. I want to try and steal, well, you do have 4 kills, but not going to steal Dragon just yet.
I think they just wanted to force anything away, maybe try and put them under punishment. Look at this though, this is where SK quickly pounced, and they were all grouped.
Yeah, all grouped from Rocket here. It's all about getting their pick from the hook, but they miss it. Binding onto Jankos, he goes down instantly, and now the fight starts. Jess is coming in from behind the dragon, instant killing Celeber. He thought he was safe, sitting in the dragon pit. Turns out, Jess had snuck around and picked up a killer. So now a very nice setup by SK Gaming, getting the Pixie, and they make him like they want to do, and also the dragon.
So, let's have a look where that leaves us then. Almost at the 20-minute mark. And there's a 500 gold lead for Roccat on the blue side. Overpower slightly behind here on CS, but lots of levels we've previously seen him falling off. If you look at the top lane, it's Freddy that has the advantage there. Spirit Visage for him, and again, double AP comp, it makes it a little bit easier to itemize. And obviously the Spirit Visage, like Mundo in that last game, works nicely because of the Blood Price and Blood, which I forgot the name of yesterday, and I've just forgot it again, Officio. It's all your fault.
It's all my fault. Well, still Aatrox. We rarely do see like Warmogs on an Aatrox, so not they're as powerful against a double AP as a Dr. Mundo. But Spirit Visage early on always helps.
Bloodthirst. I should know it, Bloodthirster, you know.
It's alright, Joe, I got you back. Officio is ignoring you.
As always.
Roccat are defending full force in his top lane. SK were trying to move in to try and cover it off, but instead they were in there, and actually Freddy's going to have to back away from this one. He realized there was actually more members than he'd planned. Candy Panda backing down towards the bottom, going to get himself a big gigantic wave of minions, and everybody, including Roccat, have started to slow it down a little bit. They're going to try and push along this top lane, see if they can create a situation. They've got 4v2 at the moment. Numbers are in their favor, but SK responding. Celaver getting a couple of free hits, but in that Dragon Pit, it was Freddy that bounced onto Celaver. Celaver way too slow to react. Still got his flash up, still got his heal up. Didn't rocket jump out because he had no chance. He was literally bounced in the air, charmed up, and taken down so quickly. Overpower though, look at this. Sneaking in, and Candy Panda fancies a bit of this. He's got himself a Blade of the Rune King, flashes across. Ratatatat is running. Overpower's going to get a hit, and he's taken down.
Yeah, Blade of the Rune King completed for Candy Panda. He's going to be so strong here in the mid game. And he just got one of the most important picks for him because he got the shutdown goal as well and stops the blue buff onto Jessis. And looking at the idea for Rocket here, sending 4 members top lane with teleport from Overpower was okay in the sense that if you look at the wave turn side of SK Gaming, they need Jessis and Svenska to be there. Candy Panda on Twitch won't really be able to just instant clear a wave like Jessis can do, and he was actually sitting in the mid lane. Completely backfired, Candy Panda picked up the kill and move off to Jessis.
See that different itemization slightly here from Jankos. After they got ahead in that last game, he obviously went just straight in there and said, I'm just going to go damage here because we are doing work with this Elise. We do see that Spectral Wraith once again. Actually went Sorcerer Shoes earlier this time. Last time we saw him go Haunting Guys. Also got a Giant's Belt in there as well. Freddy's also picked up a Vamp Scepter now, so looking like he's going to be going Blade as his second item after that Spirit Visage.
Yeah, some big items across the board. Zhonya's Hourglass for Overpower. Static Shiv finished off by Celaver, so he's pretty much happy. Candy Panda gets himself the Ghost Blade. DFG, as you said, for Jessis. A lot of these big items already collected by both teams, so both are in a happy position to maybe, just maybe, pick a big team fight or assassinate someone. Just saw Candy Panda, the power he's got. Won't quite work out against Overpower with that Zhonya's now on him though. But he's already proven that if I'm going to stealth around, catch somebody out, it could well be a big point of vision right now. And
it is.
At the 22-minute mark, we know these two teams, they tend to have some issues.
Yeah, it was so strange in the last game because Rocket is normally the team who puts a lot of focus on getting down these wards, and they had 0 on the map. SK Gaming were better at the vision control. They were not good enough, but they were better, which was enough for them to actually get the picks and get back in the game, even though they were very far behind in the early game. Ooh, against Rocket here.
Sneaky.
Let's see, Overpower in the top lane, on to Freddy.
And what's he going to do? Does have his Bloodwell passive available, but there's a lot of damage coming his way. Should be popped here, but look at the regen that he's getting. He's not doing exactly that much damage while he's going for it, though. And his passive is going to be popped here. Zaza should be able to just twist and advance, knock him back once again. Mid-air as well. And that means that Freddy is slowly but surely going down, and it's Overpower that gets his 5th kill.
And nobody from SK Gaming is reacting on the map. There's no dragon for them to take. The mid lane, they were sitting 3 members from Rocket to just wave cleared, and down this bottom lane, the wave was pushed actually up to their side, and Candy Panda just had to try and push it down towards this tower. Won't be able to get anything from it. So nice little setup here by Rocket. They can push in now. Yeah, double teleport as well for Dragon.
SK is simply moving in, trying to go for a red buff. Well, they're losing the top tower, and as you mentioned, double teleport, both available for Rocket, so if they really need to react fast, they can. SK moving down the bottom. Candy Panda actually, that dead center's so close to catching him. Top tower for free.
So SK Gaming, they had a lot of minions built up in the bottom lane, but because there's static shift on Celavar, if he's left to just walk up to these minions, he will kill them extremely fast. And SK Gaming reacted way too slow. They were sitting in the mid lane saying, okay, are we going to go bot lane and take this wave and push it in? If they wanted to do that, they had to be there once the wave arrived at the tower. Otherwise, Celavar would just clear it instantly. If they'd been there from the start at the bottom lane, to reply, Celavar wouldn't have been able to clear it as fast, and they could have potentially got some damage on the tower.
Oh, this could be bad. Jankos actually just unknowingly to him, I think, sidestepping the binding. And, well, SK looking for an opportunity inside of the jungle of Rockout, but don't manage to get it. Jesus is still stalking around as well. Will actually come in behind the rest of the team. TP will come in on one side. There is Jesus going through. He's going in for Celavar. Uses DFG. Exhaust comes down. Freddy's right in the middle of them. Celavar actually flashed away, and the damage he's doing is immense. Does get finished off by Jesus though in the end, and Freddy will also pick himself up a kill. Meanwhile, they get one on towards Overpower. Jankos does finally kill off Jesus, but it's another 3-1 for SK.
What is Rocket actually doing here? Look at their own jungle. It is controlled by SK Gaming. They have no wards to spot out Jess. It's actually coming from the flank, and yet they run into the river here. They teleport in with Kassadin as well, looking for the fight, having no idea where both Freddy and Jess is coming from. And as soon as the fight actually starts, Celavar is in the back. We're gonna see it again here. There's no vision in this bush, so Jess jumps from it. Freddy TP's in. Celavar is already out of the fight. Like, he's gone. He's gonna die next time Jess even jumps towards him. Now you lose so much damage from this already. At the same time, Overpower, he teleported in. He wanted to try and pick up a kill on Candy Panda. Beautiful binding by and raided. And Overpower had no impact in the fight. And the fact there's no wards on the side to spot out where the Ahri, who, by the way, already flanked you twice now and killed you, is just very poor ward control by Rocket. I'm not sure what they're doing.
Mid-game dragon fights.
Well, that's another point.
Right at the start of the game that you've got to... If you've got that weak midpoint of the game and your opponent has the likes of an Ahri with a DFG that's literally just going to flank around you, if you don't have the vision in there, let the dragon go.
Exactly. You can take the fight if you feel like you have control around the dragon here, and you can spot out the members of SK, and you can decide when to engage and how you want a team fight. But when you have no wards, Ahri can just one-shot your AD carry if she actually gets onto him. Don't run into the river and take the fight here. It's way too risky, even though they actually skip most of the mid-game point because they got so many items. And Overpower.
Force Ball says suddenly gets a hint, and I think it may well have been Svenskeren who's actually coming across the side. I'm not too sure. He's going to go back on Candy Panda. Candy Panda taking low. Rat-a-tat-tat comes out. Zhonya's Hourglass used for that exact purpose. The cooldown back on Candy Panda will not be available, but Svenskeren is still there. Has he got enough? Rift walks away. No. Celavar Svenskeren will chase him down. He's got no help. He goes down again. And that's just not working out for them. SK now, 4 members. They're going to push along that bottom. Rocket, they're instead reacting. They're going to try and rush the mid.
Well, they have 1 member pushing the mid lane, and now Jankos and Vander can join in. Freddy's already there to try and hold the tower. 4 members in the bottom lane. Overpower, he jumped away from Candy Panda first. Didn't even give it any thought process. There could be more members from SK Gaming around him. Once again, there is no wards to spot anyone from SK Gaming. And then he just jumps in for a one-on-one in the SK Gaming's, or towards SK Gaming's tower here. It's, I mean, towards the lane, you could say. It just made no sense again. Poor warding, taking chances, taking risks, and it completely backfires. You had the perfect start for Kassadin. 4 kills, 4-0 Kassadin. Now you died 3 times in a row. You got 1 kill from it.
I've seen him pick up that Archangel staff, so trying to get that stacked as quickly as he possibly can. Blue buff is available as well, so that'll go straight on to Overpower. If we look over towards Jesus, his Ahri as well will be developing more items here very soon. I'm wondering whether he's actually going to go just pure death cap for masses of damage there, or whether he'll try and be a little safer. Go in there for that Zhonya's Hourglass. We'll find out here shortly. because he should have a decent amount of gold to actually spend. In the top lane, Freddy got himself the Cutlass, then after actually picking himself up a Giant Bell, as is in the jungle as well. So Svenska and Freddy starting to get a little bit of tankiness to them.
Oh, Candy Panda's going in again. This time the rappel is on point. That will get out. And that is a lot burned actually for SK. They popped out. It was just, I tell you, just Spirit Rush. Candy Panda held on to the Rat-a-tat-tat, so it is still up should they need it. Moving in towards this next fight. They're going to push to the top wave. Zazas is already backing away from this one. I'm not sure he's quick enough. Svenska could have gone on, could have slowed him down, but the rest of Rocket all in the mid lane.
Still going to get the mid tower here. Almost got the pick onto Jankos. Jesus tried to time his charm in the very end with the rappel coming down, because there was a lantern ready from Vander. It didn't work though. Just waiting for the Spirit Rush to come back off cooldown, and they can try to do the exact same thing again. You constantly see Candy Panda and Jesse, they look for these picks here. They have better wards on the map. They need to place more wards, however. They need to sell the Dawn's Blades they have now for both Freddy and Svenska. Go super aggressive on deep warding, and then they can just walk into the jungle of Rocket and wait for one member to move between the lanes and pick up the kills here. Rocket though, they want to fight, and not gonna happen.
Jump through into the Dragon Pit there, and not too much of a danger for SK Gaming. Overpower and straight back into that mid lane. They're going to try and push that one up. There's not too much left on the map in terms of turrets at this point in favor of SK Gaming. Only the inner turrets still left on their side. It's not exactly a great picture on the other side of the map though either. Rocket only have middle inner and top inner turrets remaining. However, they will be scaling up here. We're going to be seeing Randuin's coming in next for the top laner.
I wish you could all see the despair on Fischer's face at 30 minutes into the game.
Not happy, man.
Still seeing the biscuit on Jess instead of actually going for wards. It's like, cheers, guys.
He even just went back to base. He just went back to base. Let's see how much gold he has. He's running. Okay, he couldn't actually afford a ward this time around, but he could sell his Dawn's Ring and then buy 2 wards. Would also work out. Same goes for the rest of his team. Because once again, you're looking for picks. You don't want to go to the real late game point. Why not just spam wards in the enemy jungle and just pick them off?
He might get hungry at some point. He needs that biscuit just to save himself. So the high mobility of these two teams is quite visible in the team fights, of course. But for me, Freddy has just been a monster. He's a damage threat. That's the problem right now. Zazas has not been able to get onto Candy Panda because he's too busy trying to control everyone else. Jesus gets free reign around the back, and then Overpower goes in amongst 5 people. We saw him doing it with Fizz all day yesterday. Yeah. Here we go, though. N-rated. Will he get picked off? Jankos not going to fire anything towards him. Rocket, again, 0 vision in that river area. No idea. They can see that. Simply going to get wave cleared out. Hook on to Svenska. That's the target they want. They're going to jump in and take him out. Now, Rocket finally get an advantage. N-rated tried to put the black shield on. A little bit late on that, puts it on himself.
It is pretty amazing that one ward from Rocket is actually enough for him to secure the dragon here, because for some reason SK Gaming sent in 2 members to clear the ward here, and they stand on each other, and there's only 1 black shield instead of putting the black shield on the 1 guy. Would even be better if you put it on your support Morgana, who is ranged, and then he can stand under the dragon with a black shield and clear the ward while the rest of the team is waiting. It would have probably worked out. Instead, you end up actually giving a pick here because your Kha'Zix goes in without the black shield to clear the ward. He dies, dragon is gone, even though you actually had control around it.
To be fair, none of what N-rated just did there at Dragon made any sense whatsoever. So.
Only have him kill the ward with the black shield. I mean,
well, I mean, he actually saw the hook come onto Svenska, and then he's like, oh, just put this black shield on me and walk away, no problem, I'm still alive. Whatever, things like that can happen. And gives a kill and a dragon over to Rocket, though. If you look down the goal, 51 to 52.7, so SK Gaming have a lead here, but can they match the late game power of Rocket?
Nope. And Deathcap coming up next item for Overpower, unless he wants to get a voice staff first. And at the same time, you have Tristana now going towards probably the last Whisper as these 4 items, and once that is completed, well then Tristana becomes the real late game monster. And then it's all about, again, SK Gaming flanking around if they want to kill Celavar, and if Rocket actually managed to place some wards in the late game team fights, then all of a sudden Celavar is going to be very, very hard to kill.
Still think Freddy's going to have a lot to say about these team fights. He seems to find Celavar fairly easily. moment with that Guardian Angels now on Candy Panda. I think he's looking at maybe trying to create a play. It looks like top lane is where SK want to focus, but Roccat, they are in and around this blue buff area. Jankos may get caught out of position here. He's in between. They're going to try and sneak around Freddy, but they don't realize that he's there. They don't realize the rat is right by. Overpower does. He jumps on him. Candy Panda the focus. Overpower in trouble. Has to Zhonya's. Can he get out? Yes, he does. The shield on in towards it, but that's Roccat in serious trouble. And Overpower will just get picked off once again as SK push on down the lane.
Panda actually getting chopped up here as well. He's in trouble. Is he going to be finished up? One more in from Twitch will do it. Ignite is down anyway, and Jesus will get that one. And it's a 2-for-1. Could well have been more. You can see Zazas flashing help while SK can just turn around and do Baron.
And Roccat is playing so over-aggressive in this game here. I'm not sure why. They even have the late game. They don't have to constantly force these picks here. They jump towards Freddy, have no idea where the rest of the members from SK are, and they keep chasing down this Aatrox with his passive, by the way. And then everyone from SK just joins in
the charm
and kills them.
A little early from Zazas there. Salvo at the side, he's getting some free shots down. Jesus is the man interfering in. There's the Baron going down. Zazas is left alone, and Salavar will back away from this one. So Baron picked up by SK. As you mentioned, Roccat were the ones that went aggressive. They were the ones that went looking. Jankos went in, Overpower went in, and then suddenly went, oh crap, the rat's here.
Yeah, well, they actually even saw there's 3 members from SK moving into the jungle. They didn't know where Candy Panda was, and yet they jumped Freddy. Everyone overcommits, and SK Gaming just walk in from behind again, by the way, and pick up all the kills. Vandal in the very end, charm onto him, then he gets a binding, and you die.
I'm sure nobody saw the failed flash from Candy.
No, nobody saw it.
Nobody saw that.
It was on purpose.
Yeah, he meant that. So, Roccat, again, gain themselves an advantage, and then go headlong into SK while they're just setting up for a kill themselves. It's not working out, and the team fights, honestly, are all going SK's way because Roccat are just playing recklessly.
Roccat is basically saying, we don't want a standard 5 versus 5 where all members can see each other, which is where our comp is very strong. We want to give your pick comp the potential to move around us and get the picks on our squishy members in the backline. And I hate to say it again, but even on Rocket's side here, you're sitting on Doran's Ring, on a Maokai, into the late game. What is it going to do? Nothing at all. Sell it, get some wards. Sell your Doran's Blade on your AD carry, get some wards. Sell your Flask on your Kassadin in the late game as well.
He's not got the biscuit anymore, that's what counts. But another tower, and SK continue pushing on through. Roccat going to hold out for a while here. That Baron buff still running. I expect them to just rotate for the mid. Death Sentence, Roccat trying to pull something out, but Jesus has already cleared the wave. Everybody from SK moves on round. The next wave of minions. Overpower going deep on this one. Zhonya's pulled out. There's the Lantern. He needs to click it, but then she's going to bounce him up. And Overpower is out. Now SK, they're going to bounce on. They're going to finish him.
Yeah, they're absolutely destroying him here as well. Candy Panda with a rat-a-tat-tat running will help finish that fight off, and they get the inner turret. They should be taking an inhibitor at least with them here. I mean, there's 40 seconds on Zazas, there's 40 seconds on Overpower. Inim's down.
I have never seen someone get 4 kills early on Kassadin, one of the best champions in the late game, and a snowball in the game, and then completely throw it away.
Well, tilt is something we talk about, not too often, but that is absolutely what has just happened in Overpower. What in God's name was that? Why would you go in 5 members with a Baron and hop over the wall? God only knows. SK Gaming gifted the game, wrapped up in a present from Roccat. It's 2-0, and SK Gaming, they're one step away from Worlds.
And both teams are just ignoring the wards completely in this game here. But because Roccat is doing an even worse job than SK Gaming, it actually ends up, in the end, it actually looks like SK Gaming is doing a very good job controlling the map here and finding the right picks, because they're just free to do whatever they want. No response from Roccat here. I'm not even sure what to say. Roccat should have won this game here. They couldn't have wished for a better start. I mean, SK Gaming in the start of the game completely disrespected the fact there was double teleport. 2 times if you see Overpower teleport down to the bottom lane and get the kills. Like the first one where SK Gaming is diving onto Roccat, Overpower instant teleports, picks up a kill. Second one is where Sven's going down the bottom lane, he starts a gank, knowing Jankos is there, and again, forgetting about the teleport from Overpower, he comes in, picks up a double kill, turns the fight around, and yet with that perfect start, you end up losing the game.
it's astonishing to me in a way. It leaves me almost speechless. Like 4-0-4, I think it was for him.
Yeah.
Ends up 5-5-4. He literally only just died in the second half of the game there, where he was only getting stronger, where his Xerath was done, where he was building up Void Staff, where his Rod of Ages was fully charged. The decision-making from him, from Overpower specifically in this game, was just almost non-existent, and I feel it. The thing is, if you have a bad game like this in game number 2 of a best of 5, you're going to go into game number 3 thinking, there's no way we can win this. There's no way we can do this. But that's exactly the opposite of what they need to think. They need to win 3 games in a row. And look at Veggie there, the coach of Roccat. That is not a happy man.
No, there's a lot of
finger pointing going on.
Yeah.
And justifiably so. Looking at SK though, looking on the bright side of things, another great performance from Jezza, 6-2-7. Candy Panda on Twitch, switch it across, 6-2-10. Stealthing up, finding the targets, getting the kills.
Didn't even have a good start. That's the worst thing.
Didn't need it, apparently.
He didn't need it because as soon as Roccat decided, okay, we no longer want a ward, we no longer want to take proper team fights, they just got caught out again and again and again, flanked around. I mean, remember the Dragon fight as well, where it's actually Roccat setting up, they had wards around the Dragon now, SK Gaming walks in, Svensson alone, he just walks in, dodges the hook, and then all of a sudden everyone is like spotted from Roccat, and Raider walks in, lands a binding onto Jankos, kills him, win the team fight, get the Dragon, and from there on out, it was just SK Gaming who won everything. You can pretty much post a picture of me and Joe now, sitting like this, and that's what we did during this game here.
We've all seen that one. Jezza as well, very good, picking off targets around the side.
They have to ban Ari.
Never went straight in there. Fantastic stuff. Oriana ban, you've got to question it maybe for Roccat, who knows. So, for now though, let's get over to Shox, who is standing by with Crepo and Quickshot to take us through that SK win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Game 2 here, SK takes it once again. Crepo, your vision on picks amends. We did saw a Twitch coming in. You said it had to be career level Twitch to be good, but Candy Panda did pretty well.
He did well, but I was actually surprised they didn't just pick up Tristana there, because you would expect Roccat to first pick Tristana because they needed it so badly because they were uncomfortable on all the AD carries. They ended up picking Maokai, and then SK reacted with Morgana and Kha'Zix. I do think picking Kha'Zix is good there because Jankos played it well. Svensson obviously did well with first game, did well again this game, but why don't you just pick Tristana, put Celaver on uncomfortable AD carry and win the game that way, because he was doing well. He was 2-0-2 at one point, and Roccat could have snowballed this game.
Yeah, could have, but didn't. I mean, this was super interesting pick and ban phase, the way that it played out, and you can talk about all the different options. It's not often a team goes, we have a counter for Kassadin, and it works. But it did this time around, arguably not because of the composition, but because of Rockat's play style. You know, as they got into the game, it was very aggressive. There was lots of team fights, and that Dragon Pit and the River is just completely running red with blood, because every single time the Dragon was up, these two teams went ham over and over and over.
The fact that so many of these fights revolved around Dragon makes it as a good indicator that both of these teams have really subpar vision control and are not playing the map correctly, because they're literally not pushing any objective other than a Dragon, because there's no way for them to move around the map well enough to do it. It just boils down to, oh, we ran out of wards, oh, the Dragon Pit's dark, yeah, let's try a bait and let's see if it works, and whoever team fights better and more aggressively or doesn't clump up will win. And it's kind of sad, because I don't think in the first 30 minutes of the game, Roccat got a ward over the halfway point of the river, ever, maybe one time, and you need deep vision. If you have a mobility boots Thresh, send your Tristana mid, she has a Shiv, let her go mid, Kassadin go bottom, support and jungle, roam around together, put those deep wards in, and then like play the map. League is so beautifully, just do it.
Well, you guys are mentioning the Dragon, and let's take a look at one of the Dragon fights, and I actually want to set this one up because Roccat was ahead, which is against all odds. You have a late game comp, yet the Tristana and the Kassadin already have kills. By all means, with the Rod of Ages completed, you should be able to do something here.
Yeah, the next Dragon fight coming in is actually really interesting. Is that replay on screen right now?
Yep.
Yes, it is. Great, wonderful. If we roll that clip right now, we're going to see the hook miss, and right there, like, it just missed, and this is how Enrated wins this Dragon fight, by the way. So Rocket's clumping in the corner, looking for a pick with a hook, but right before they throw it, Enrated walks up and gives vision and sees Drake is not being done. That's a clear indicator that SK is like, oh well, bam, they're not doing the Drake, they must be baiting. And you see Svensson shift his movement pattern right at that second. Hook misses, Cocoon misses, they're clumped up, and yeah, if you roll the clip, you're going to see what's going to happen right away. SK is in prime position to capitalize on this. They've been playing really aggressive. Jez is going around to the side. Candy Panda opens up. There's no zone. Celaver get popped as well, and this is exactly what Rocket needs. They need to pop the priority targets. SK needs rather pop the priority targets, go in and just blow them up, and it's really unfortunate because Rocket had such a big lead and they lost it by grouping up with not enough vision control.
Jezz as well, going around the back of the pit, coming over the back wall just to jump onto the target. This wasn't the first time, it wasn't the last time that he did that.
No, it wasn't the last time, and I actually want to showcase it immediately at the second Dragon fight. We wanted to show Jezz's extremely good play, extremely good positioning, and actually tag teaming with Freddy.
Yeah, so, this next Dragon fight comes later in the game, and by this point, SK have already won a couple of fights back-to-back. They put some kills on the board, and it feels like they're gaining some control of the game because they're punishing Rocket's mistakes. What I really want you guys to keep an eye on is Jezz's positioning. I said at the beginning of the day, Jezz is the player to watch. If you give him Ahri, he's going to ruin your day. Roll the clip out, and Seliva's doing what in theory is the right thing. He's sticking behind his tank line, he's sticking behind his players, but they didn't anticipate that Jezz was going to come through the river because of the poor warding that you were talking about, Crepo, and Candy Panda just gets a free team fight.
Yeah, the fact that Jezz plays so far forward, even with a squishy mage, yeah, maybe he just goes 1-for-1, but he'll dragging the enemy team with him, and this gives free reign for Candy Panda. You need at least 2 or 3 people to take down a Twitch. If there's not 2 or 3 people, there might as well be 0, because he'll just tear through your team, and that's exactly what Jezz is doing. He's basically a damage run and a distraction at the same time, and he's coming from the flank, and Rocket doesn't ward their flanks, so he's playing really well.
So, Trevor, I would actually like to talk to you about that a little more. As you said, Jezz has gotten better, and it's such a testament when he used to play those super safe champs. You have the Ziggs, you have the Orianna. Now he plays Ahri, he jumps directly into the fight. He relies on his reflexes to flash out and dash back in. That's such strides.
Look, it's very good decisional play. I'm going to be very hypercritical. He misses a lot of charms.
Yeah.
But he's always in the right place. Whenever he is playing Ahri, he's very rarely jumping into the middle of the team fight and instantly dying. He does find his targets, he does pick the right moment to jump in, and you could argue if he applied the same decision-making to the likes of a Kassadin, which was available, he could do something very similar. But I just think that's a testament to SK's playstyle. They are generally very smart, they do handle their team fights and their positional play well. And I hate saying it because we've been saying it all week long and for the last couple of weeks, that both of these teams have had good and bad vision moments. Believe it or not, during the regular split, Rocket actually had the highest amount of wards placed. As hard as that may be to believe after the last couple of games. But SK, they are not, and if they did, they could be doing much better.
Even better, actually. Finally, and as we go into the next game, we saw it there on the screen. Veggie was basically screaming at Rocket, probably saying, what happened there, because we had a clear-cut plan. It must be very hard on them. That's 2-0 down already.
When you never know if Rocket's not doing what their coach is telling them, or if the coach is telling them the wrong things, or they just don't understand, or they don't see the opening. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. I think really in this case, the opening was Tristana's fed right, so is Kassadin. What you do is you put your Tristana mid, she will be your wave clear. You have this mobile, high-range assassin in bottom that can just assassinate anybody or just roam around, and that's the way you open up the map. Tristana stays mid. This allows Thresh to roam with Moby Boots, joined by their jungler. They can get deep vision, and that's how you open the map up. I really hope Rocket learns from this and sees we don't need to stick to our traditional lanes so long, because it is mid-game. AD carry doesn't have to be bottom. Mid laner doesn't have to be mid. Spice it up, get deep vision, and control the game that way, because they can get their leads, but they're just not using them.
So just very, very quickly, I'm seeing Crepo's line because he said this backstage. Rocket played better in game 2 than they did in game 1. They were making calls. Were those calls good?
Some of them.
Some of them, correct. But the fact of the matter is, they were making calls, they were following them. In game 1, they were near non-existent. Rocket needs to just settle their nerves. They've got nothing left to lose. If they don't relax and pick up a win now, at this point in time, they're basically out.
Yeah, I agree.
So
no, I agree.
They literally just have to forget all of it. I mean, Veggie is so animated. And I just think as a team, they literally have to shake off, forget everything, and just go balls to the wall. It'll work, and maybe you'll get another game. If not, you're out.
Yeah, all or nothing. That's what they have to do now. For now, though, we're going to check in with you guys at home, because at the start of the show, we asked you to tell us, with so much on the line today, which player do you think will make the biggest impact on today's third place match, and why? The first one is from @JoshuaM.Rock. SK seems to succeed or fail based on how well Jezz plays and what picks he gets. It all rides on him. #no pressure.
Yep, called it. Yep. I completely agree. I actually think Jezz has a fairly limited champion pool in what he does extremely well. Like his Ahri is very good. I believe his Orianna is very good. His Ziggs. But then it falls off very quickly. So if you do decide to ban him out, we've seen him play Zed, and it's not that great.
The second one is from @Storm of Peace. Candy Panda has been the backbone of SK, making plays and keeping a great performance throughout the games. Once he gets rolling, it's over, and he didn't even have to step up that much. He has to just play the game.
Well, he did well. Some of those fights, positional play was good. Twitch can be an engager when enemies are in a position. We saw that in one Dragon fight. Candy Panda saw the enemy out of position. He didn't wait for somebody else to engage. He said, okay, I'm going to pop my ulti. This will start a fight that will win regardless. I just hope SK sticks to that strategy. Ban Kog'Maw, pick Tristana early, and then force Celiver on an uncomfortable AD carry.
The next one is from @Buffet7. I think Jankos will make the biggest impact today with his aggressive playstyle. He will carry Roccat through this series. That is something we could have said after yesterday's games, but not been able to show up that much today.
Not just yet. There is still time. If he does get an early first blood, maybe there could be the confidence that Roccat need to pick up this third game and hopefully take it longer in the series.
Yeah, that's right. Remember, you can always stay in the conversation by tweeting @LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS. We're going to distort out of here for a little bit. Or are we? Yes, we are. Game 3 starts right after this.
Sneaks on in there. Jankos going to be the focus target. They will get themselves first blood. Freddy will pick that up. Overpower Zazas. Oh, the charm on Zazas. That will be his death.
Oh, they're actually going in towards Jankos here. Have they got a down for Svenska? Actually going quite low. Freddy though will jump in. Freddy's right in the middle of them. Celiver actually flashed away, and the damage he's doing is immense. Does get finished off by Zazas though in the end, and Freddy will also pick himself up a kill.
Sonya's pulled out. There's the lantern. He needs to click it, but then she's going to bounce him up. And Overpower is out. Now SK, they're going to bounce on, they're going to finish him.
The third place match is your last chance, your last hope. You have been playing for 1 year to actually qualify for the World Finals, like to split, and everything will be gone if you actually lose, so you need to win that game.
Well, nevermore has that ever been so relevant right now, because everything could well be gone. You just saw Veggie being so harsh on his team, and maybe he needs to be. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to get underway for Game 3 between SK Gaming and Roccat, and right now, Roccat look down and out because SK Gaming, they are 2-0 up and could indeed be taking that third seat at Worlds. And honestly, you've got to look at that last match and think, what the hell was going on in Rockat's minds?
Well, I can't answer you that question. It seems like Veggie can't really answer that question either. And something is definitely deeply wrong with Roccat at this point. This is not the Roccat that we saw yesterday. This is not the Roccat that we've seen performing well in the last few weeks of the summer split. This is not the Roccat that finished third in the spring playoffs. This is not really a Roccat that we've used to seeing at all. So something big has to change here, and I hope that what was obviously a stern talk from Veggie is going to change how they play.
Crazy stuff. So, Zillion Nami, Kog'Maw, Maokai. Bans already coming through. This is the big thing. SKR on the red side. That top lane's been a problem. Kassadin banned out, Nidalee banned out, and immediately Aatrox open for SK.
Yeah, Tristana is open, Kha'Zix is open, Morgana is open. Like, remember last game in Picks and Bans, they actually took Morgana and Kha'Zix over Tristana and left it open for Celebar, and then they took Twitch instead for Candy Panda. They might be looking to do the same here, seeing as they don't first pick the AD carry.
And that constant pain of Freddy just pushing, TP in, knock a couple of guys up, stay alive, kill him off, then he's back alive again. Really annoying to play, I think, against this Aatrox for Freddy. Definitely is one of his outstanding champions in that top lane. For Roccat now, though, they get the pick, and for me, it has to be a strong... Yeah, that's a good choice, exactly. I was going to say a strong mid laner. Jesus has been good on Ahri in the first 2 games. Take it away. But he'll just go Ariana.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not just taking the Ahri. I mean, Roccat is losing to Jesus on Ahri because, as we've just talked about, as the analyst as we're talking about, they don't ward the flanks at all. So it's so easy for Jesus to come around them, kill the AD carry in the back, and look fantastic. Overpower and Roccat might not be able to do the same if SK Gaming can ward properly here. So yes, they do take it away from Jesus. Orianna is open. There are other mid lane choices for him as well. Ziggs if he wants to play it. The first pick Aatrox is a little bit weird though, because you don't actually take too much away from Roccat by taking the Aatrox. Zazu's played it once in the last few weeks. I would instead have preferred Tristana. They might get it anyway, or the Morgana pickup if they wanted 4 and rated on support.
I'm just surprised Roccat actually didn't lock in Tristana there. That's what caught me out.
It's going to be Kayle support again.
Again, Kha'Zix for Svenskeren, a champion he's very comfortable on. They're not putting SK out of their comfort zone. SK are happy to get these picks right now. And Roccat, they've got to do something. They've got to pull out something big. They need a big play. And with Celebar seemingly going to have to fall back onto maybe Corki, or could pull out Twitch, but pretty sure it's going to be Corki for him. This is an interesting one.
Okay.
That may well open things up. A Jax locked in against Freddy's Aatrox.
We haven't seen Jax in a long time. After he got the changes where he lost a lot of his base HP, lost some defensive stats, and we haven't actually seen him since. Against Aatrox here, can have a bit of a trouble in the early game, but will of course outscale him in terms of one-on-one, but will not have the same impact in teamfight, will be very squishy, has to get some early tank items as well. You still want to get 24's played through King to be a split pushing force, but then you are fairly squishy compared to the old Jax we used to see. And just on the other side here for SK Gaming, the Kayle pickup was the most predictable one from SK Gaming ever, and Roccat would have known it, because it's what Enrated plays into Morgana, and at the same time, Ahri has already been locked in. She wants to assassinate your carry. Well, now there's an ulti from a Kayle to stop it. There's also a shield from the Orianna. So Roccat is basically taking away the Ahri from Jessis, but instead just give SK Gaming a lot of protection for their late game hyper carry, who's going to be more than safe in these team fights, because the Jax as well, if he's not insanely fed and if he jumps towards Tristana is one of the best AD carries at defending herself because of her ulti. So if a Jax jumps towards you, you just shoot him back instantly and he won't be able to kill you. So this is all about overpower, but then suddenly you have your ulti now from the Kayle, which we knew was going to get locked in against Morgana here. So I guess that was probably the idea behind SK Gaming first picking Aatrox, saying there's still so many good picks open. We actually hope you're going to pick something like the Ahri. We're going to hope you're going to pick the Morgana, because then we have Kayle ready, who's going to counter both of them. Because remember, the laning phase, Kayle against Morgana, just constantly push it into the tower over and over again. There was nothing Vander could do. against him, and that's about it. There's probably going to be more in game, but I'm going to save it.
Is that it?
For now, it's it.
You sure?
Say whatever you want.
Well, I'll say whatever I want. Okay, that's great. Which team comp do you think has come out with the edge moving into Game 3? Tweet us #SKWin or #RockWin to @LOL Esports. And we'll see if champion selectors manage to sway your votes. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a heavy SK swing right now because Roccat, are they on tilt? That's the question.
They are. We've just seen that in game number 2. They were just not good whatsoever. As I mentioned before, Veggie's had a big talk to him. It's got to change. I have to say that I'm a really big fan of Kha'Zix and Tristana in the same team. A clean-up crew, getting those resets this entire time. So hard if you lose one man to keep the rest alive.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Is it the third and final game? Match point for SK Gaming as they move in as the blue team, and with very comfortable picks coming out their way. They're up against Roccat, who've had to roll the dice and see if they can play anything new here. They've got themselves some interesting picks. They've got the possibility to get some kills. Question is, will they make them count? They had a 4-0 Cassin, a 4-1 Tristana in the last game, and still let the match slip away from them. They have to take that out of their minds and focus on what is at hand, and that is winning this next match.
And Roccat is basically looking to split push here. You have Jack split pushing in one lane, you have then Overpower in the other side lane, and then you have Silva sitting in the mid lane. Jinx is very good at pushing down towers if she gets to the towers, but she's not the AD carry being the most wave player. You have to get the static shift if you want to clear the waves fast enough. So as long as you get static shift fairly early on, they will be able to split up in this 1-3-1 and just keep Silva in the mid lane. Zaz's gonna beat Freddy in the late game once he gets Trinity Force and Blade, but I wonder if he's actually gonna get like Trinity Force or Blade and then a tank item, if maybe Roccat want to look for some early team fights, which they probably shouldn't in the case they want Jax to be a split pushing monster.
So what about Jax then? Because we saw him rise to popularity in Europe as, or not just in Europe to be honest, worldwide as #1 top lane pick, and as you said, his base health and what have you, his tankiness basically really got hit. How much did it, I mean, obviously it's affected a lot because he just completely disappeared. They are actually going around, they've not been spotted, Roccat, moving in towards this blue buff.
And they're again lane swapping. They don't want to have Morgana against Kayle, they want to have Tristana against the Jinx, so sending up in top lane.
Great play there. I think they were watching the OGen earlier because we saw the exact same thing sneaking along the top edge there, and they will get that blue steal. Can they react quick enough? They need to get to their own blue buff. I'm not too sure they're going to do it. Looks like it's going to be a 4-0 up the top lane instead. It's a 4-1 because Freddy's sticking around there actually, which is dangerous of him. I think he may realize the peril of his situation if he stays there, but clever play. Clever early start from Roccat. And actually, well, that's something they have done every single game so far, but yeah, can they make it count now?
So it's always funny also to see SK Gaming in lane swaps. They're one of the only teams to actually keep the top laner in the lane and just try and get some experience, try and get some farm if possible. Also because they invest so much farm and so much gold onto Svensson so he can become a carry. They're not doing this top lane and jungler running together, sharing farm like we see Roccat do, and like we see most teams do. They always keep Freddy to 1v2 in the top lane, and it often means people actually walk up there with 4 members and dive him and try and kill him.
Well, Aatrox certainly makes it harder to do that with the passive in there, but we've seen attempts come. Some of them have been good, some of them have been a little bit dodgy, but it looks like we're going to be seeing this one happen. Jax is coming in, Elisa's moving in as well.
Everybody heads towards that top lane. Freddy is still there, he's got his passive available, already realizes something's up, and this happened before, and he's this time again going to avoid the damage. That's going to be an early tower. Let's see if SK can react. Let's see if they can go for that dragon like they did before. There is a ward to spot Svensson, and if he goes for it, jump comes out, leap strike from Zazas. Not pushing too heavy on this turret just yet, and I think this should take it.
This is a very smart ward by Roccat around the dragon here, so they can actually spot if SK is starting it and react to it, either by taking this tower and pushing down for the next tower. Because remember, SK Gaming is moving to this dragon now. That is 3 members gone. Level 1 Aatrox is not going to be able to do any wave there. So if Roccat actually would have responded properly here, they're going to take in the top tower, push down for the next one, and actually take that as well, trade it for the dragon.
Well, we did see the flash being used by Freddy.
Okay, they want to stop
blinding. There's a TP actually onto the minions at the bottom, so they want to try and stop this one. Dragon was down to half HP. Zaza's going to come around and actually will just jump off to the wall. Dragon, though, is going to reset.
Okay, so Rocket taking the safe play here. Don't want to try and trade 2 towers in the top lane for the Dragon. And once again, the ward they place the Dragon pays off because they can see SK Gaming started, instantly react to it, teleport down to the bottom lane for Xaxus, and everyone just running from the top lane. So, safe play, and finally actually a good ward by Rocket here.
Yeah, good ward, spotted it out in that jungle, and they were very close. You could see the decision-making for Xaxus, like, do I make the play and jump on Svenskeren and possibly die, but could set up kills and a potential Dragon for the rest of my team, or do I get this ward and get the hell out of there? He went for the safe option. Wise choice. Ren rated. Jumped on this time around. Xaxus will come down with the help of Jankos, and they're going to try and put pressure on towards this bottom lane pairing.
And again, difference in teams here. Jankos will always go down and help Xaxus in these 1v2s, also because the wave was actually... Candy Panda was able to freeze the wave and deny all the farm from Xaxus if Jankos wasn't there to help push it out. So now he's joining him in the bottom lane, push it into the tower, reset the whole wave, and therefore allows Xaxus to pick up some experience once the next minions arrive.
Top turret very, very low though. It's only going to take one auto attack out of Jinx to finish that one off. And now we see Svenskeren coming around. Was spotted by the Death Brush ward though, so won't be able to actually get in there for any action, although he's coming up now towards this mid lane. Just wants to get the wards down. Make sure that he spots whoever's going to be moving on. There he spots Xaxus as well. And Svenskeren is going to go back on his merry way to farming. And speaking of farm, that mid lane Overpower slightly ahead. Crucial that Overpower steps up this game because he had a brilliant start on Kassadin, but the plays that he made after he got that lead just didn't work out for him whatsoever.
Spotted fairly late. Freddy will be backing away from that one. Salavar still continuing to hold this wave. Freddy's desperately trying to get involved on this experience, trying to get himself up. They're still equal with Xaxus. Flash was burned earlier on, so we'll see whether we'd want to see Jankos maybe coming up, being involved in so many first bloods for his team. He is heading back towards the top half of the jungle, but he's simply doing his routine right now, sweeping out those waves. And as that wave pushes in a bit, we're going to see Salavar putting some pressure down. Interested to see how Salavar does on Jinx in this one.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about how his champion pool is potentially limited. The two junglers paying a visit to the top.
Oh, Jankos actually going to face check straight into Svenskeren. Then Jankos already down to half HP. Might actually have to repel away from it. Some of Vander and Salavar coming in. There is a leap away though. And Svenskeren forced back. That tower, of course, already gone. They might want to push the second one. Candy Panda and Enrated in the meantime, pushing bottom.
I really like the way Rocket has been playing this lane swap here. They send up Vander once the waves start pushing down towards Aatrox again, so to make sure that you could zone him away. Jankos join in, they're pushing out his next tower. They stopped the Dragon as well, something they didn't do yesterday in the lane swaps. So they've been actually doing a very good job here. Xaxus, however, down his bottom lane is still struggling a little bit for farm because he's left alone now while Rocket is pushing. But it's a smart push because there's 2 members in the bottom lane and it's only Freddy and Svenskeren to try and clear it.
Yeah, of course, in the mid lane, they're not going to be getting too involved in this one. Jankos now using that timing well to try and come across and get that blue. Realizes the moment Jezis moves, Overpower tries to go aggressive on him. Has to land that charm in the right point. Instead, he gets caught with the distortion. And that's going to be Jankos. He's going to steal this one away with a smite. SK can do nothing about it.
It's gone. That buff is gone. The turret is going down as well on this bottom lane. That will actually leave us almost level on gold, 9.8 to 10.1. Freddy, in the meanwhile, does get a little bit of help here from Svenskeren. We know how potent a Jinx is at all levels of the game when it comes to towers, and there's Freddy taking another big hit after the binding.
Always just getting a few hits on it. We'll actually trade blue buffs, so in the end they end up getting a bot tower or getting a tower each, getting a blue buff each, but still Rocket managed to dodge around some tricky lanes. Didn't have to deal with the Jax versus Aatrox in the early game. And at the same time, didn't have to have the Morgana and Jinx against the Kayle and Tristana here. So dodged around the lanes and managed to actually go even in the lane swap.
Yeah, Rocket trying everything they can, but not working out. Looks like it's going to be an Infinity Edge start for both Salavar and Candy Panda. Meanwhile, of course, it's Freddy that's actually gained the most from this because he's got that 10 extra CS farm over Xaxus. And you really do kind of want to get that Jax going, but it's not really worked out in his favor, and he's going to be holding. Freddy pushing the wave up, so he's not going to be stepped and kept away from this one. So see how these lanes progress and move in as they start to go standard laning, as we see the 2v2.
Yeah, that is a place where Rocket has been losing out on the lane swap though. Between the two top laners, big wave coming into the tower up in this top side here, and Xaxus will be forced to stay on the tower to take the wave. He can't teleport away now, which is why SK Gaming instantly moved towards this dragon, because Freddy can go back to base, shop, and then teleport to dragon, be 5 members. If Xaxus teleports now, he will lose the entire wave, he will be too far behind. So SK Gaming just wanted to see if anyone from Rocket was nearby. Luckily for Rocket, there was enough members to force SK away.
So pink ward was cleared, sweeping lenses being used by Rocket, and they are actually gaining a little bit of vision, but SK just replaced them all. The moment they get forced away, and rated, eats a dart binding and a zap. Oh, look at this. Candy Panda going aggressive. Celiver, he's got no tower to fall back to. There's 3v2 and they're in a situation here. Jankos now comes back in. He tries to join out. Teleport comes out. Xaxus wants to get involved. Counter-Strike is ready and available. Is he going to be able to land it though? No, Teleport came from Freddy, but it got cancelled. Meanwhile, Jez has pounced on. Overpower trying to go aggressive. Ignite running, but again, Spirit Rush. Will he have enough to try and get on towards him? No, he can't get close enough. And Jez knows it. Sidesteps it. Rocket try and move in towards the dragon, but this is a risky play. And they've left the top lane exposed to Freddy.
Yeah, so Freddy won't be able to join, but he can push tower. Oh, Svensson going very low.
Yeah, but it's Jankos that's actually really in trouble here. There is Candy Panda diving in once to get a bit more damage comes around. Xaxus coming over the side, going for it. Rated who's only level 5, so he's got no intervention here. Chompers are on top of him, and that will be first blood picked up by Celiver. Can they get any more? Will they be able to finish Dragon? It looks like they will.
SK Gaming is still staying around this. Svensson wants to try and go for the steal. They should just back away now. Let the dragon go to Rocket here. Try and trade it for the top tower instead. Jesus was very low in the mid lane. He wouldn't be able to join either. And it seems like, yeah, okay, Freddy will be able to get the top tower. So trading tower for dragon here and getting even more farm on Aatrox. Jax is already behind after the lane swap, remember. Now he's even further behind because Freddy's just been sitting in this top lane and pushing it in.
Yeah, it's a big difference already building. 600 gold between those two lanes, and that could well be the difference of a major item being completed when this next dragon comes around. Candy Panda strolls past, finds himself a pink ward. Thank you very much for the 30 gold. Now with that bottom tower down, does open up for SK to start pressuring lanes. Top one down, Freddy not backing away here. He's pushed it all the way in towards that top tower, just dives away, making sure that Jankos doesn't get any advantage and catch on towards him. Not going to keep that red buff ward. It will get cleaned out, but SK looks like they're going to group. It's going to be a 4-man attack on this mid lane turret.
It's going to be hard though. There's some decent wave clear from Overpower. Should be able to keep the wave away from his tower here. I mean, he is actually doing it. It's also because the bottom lane tower is gone. So SK Gaming needs to send Candy Panda down to this bottom lane again to pick up all this farm. He's actually going to join in very late. We'll end up losing just a little bit.
Trotting on down to that bottom side of the map. BF Sword, and let's have a look how much gold they've got to spend here, because I gotta feel like it must be a decent amount at this stage. It was a BF Sword that was picked up first of all. 1,300 gold, okay, so decent amount there for Celiver to actually be going home with. Sorry, Candy Panda. Celiver's got even more. He's sat on 2,000 gold, so he's just gonna head straight off there, and Infinity Edge is going to be coming out pretty quickly for him in this one. And actually he's gone Zeal in there, so we were talking about this yesterday and how Celiver has decided to build through.
Yeah, actually yesterday he went for Zeal as well, but then he didn't finish the static shift. He went Infinity Edge instead of just getting this early static shift and get the wave clear. They do have overpower in the mid lane, clearing the waves here though, so they don't necessarily need it instantly, and he will actually get his 2 item spike pretty fast because he picked up the first blood.
Blue buff about to spawn, I feel. Celiver might get pounced on. Candy Panda's been aggressive the last few times. Look at this, 3 members here coming around. Can they get the attack on towards him? They're going to have to burn something. He's got no flash. He's going down, and that's a simple executed move by SK.
And Jankos is up in the top lane here, so he's not here to help defending. It's only Vander to clear the wave. SK Gaming pushing onto the tower.
And I think they're going to get it. There's Tell alive, Vander's big scary Vander. He's going to bully them away.
Well, blue buff was up, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oriana actually coming over for that one. Looks like Jesus might be gifted the blue. And there it is. So nice pick up there for Jesus. He's just going to go back off into his lane. 123 to 118 CS. So Overpower doing a good job of actually keeping level on this one. Top lane though, there's still a massive difference as Candy Panda jumps in quite aggressive onto Overpower. obvious that they're going to be looking for this tower now.
Massive confidence from SK here. The fact that you can just see it the way they're making these plays. You know, they're jumping into the fights. They want to go aggressive. Soul Shackles comes out. Vander backs away. Ultimate for ultimate traded on support generated. Again, intervention, no problem. Xaxus, he cannot keep Freddy away. We talked about it. Just keeps pushing wave after wave after wave, crashing onto that tower. And Xaxus simply only has a Vampiric Scepter so far.
Yeah.
He cannot do a lot. That's why we're seeing the help of Jankos, but he gets jumped on. And Freddy, if he goes and full on and pops that ultimate, he could get close to 2v1 in him. Instead, he's going to flash away. He didn't fancy it. With the Dragon available soon, manages to hold on. Sticks strong and rated. No intervention for him. Rocket comes through, flashed out of.
Good solid flash there as well. Probably would have killed him if it had actually connected. Didn't. Oh, actually, they did use Summon a Heal from Candy Panda, so that will be down for the next encounter when this Dragon comes up in less than 2 minutes. But Candy Panda continuing to farm up. He was on 1,700 or 1,400 gold. I can't remember. One of the two earlier on, and must be sat, yeah, 2,500 gold now. So he's just going to go home and then go back into lane with an Infinity Edge. We'll see what else he decides to be going for. Could do with some boots here probably as well, if he's going to keep up this solo pushing that he's gone with. Meanwhile, Rocket have grouped with 3 men in the bottom lane. Could be looking to take down that tower.
Very, very standard Rocket play here. Always Yankers joining in with the dual lane, pushing down these towers. Will they probably be able to get this bottom lane tower?
Oh, it's risky though. SK
a lot of people coming.
In force. There is teleport available for Freddy. Nowhere really to teleport into behind them. They hit the tower and they try and back away. Remember, no ultimate from Vander. Use that Soul Shackles earlier on. Svenskeren getting the damage down. Shockwave comes out. Jankos repels. He's going to try and draw their attention. They're going to keep on pushing this one. Xaxus teleports in. Intervention will stop him dead in his tracks. I have no idea what the hell Xaxus thought he was going to do with a Phage and Vampiric Scepter. Overpower, he's not even going to get the middle turret. And SK, again, showing tactical dominance.
All right, let's see it again here. Svensson coming in, Jess is joining too. And now at this point, Rocket knows there's 4 members from SK Gaming, and they see the teleport as well. They see the ward coming out from Jess here. Teleport comes in. Xaxus teleporting in behind, while everyone else is actually already running away, and Jankos is left just to die, and everyone else can escape. Made no sense at all, because Overpower was just sitting in the mid lane. He wasn't part of the fight. It was never going to be 5 versus 5. And we actually just end up wasting our teleport, giving up 2 kills. We did get the bot tower at least, and I talk like I'm Rocket.
But it would have been a 1-for-0, and Xaxus could have got this massive wave all the way along the top. Instead, he doesn't, and Freddy's going in again.
Oh, Freddy is going to get his blood well popped here. There are the chompers down though, and that will seal up one. Super Mega Death Donkey comes through. Overpower gets the kill. Jankos going deep as well, but look at the return damage there. Tristana with that Infinity Edge, just masses of damage coming their way, but it is for a 1-for-0, and I guess that's how Rocket have got to start this one.
Well, Dragon now live. Look at Candy Panda again jumping on Jankos. Managed to land the cocoon, but that may well have been the death of him. He's got an Infinity Edge, Candy Panda, don't forget. He has got massive amounts of damage at this early stage in the game, and he's looking to make plays. Jezza's Shockwave used. That's off cooldown as they move in. Overpowers does still have that Spirit Rush, so Rocket may try and bully SK out of this one, but I think they're just simply waiting. They're going to try and flank their way in. Now they can delay it. Freddy's making his way back to wave. You can see Svenskeren caught out. Intervention used early this time around. Rocket will back away, but it is all simply buying time. Xaxus so low, and in comes the big mean Freddy. Overpower singled out. Spirit rushes around. He does get himself 1 kill. The Dragon will get picked up by SK though, and that's going to be Rocket falling hard to SK once again. 2v1 and the Dragon. SK, everything going their way in game 3.
So Rocket, they started the Dragon. They don't fully commit to actually killing it and get the smite and just back away them from the fight. They stay around, and then Overpower, as soon as the binding action landed, we're just going to see it again. If binding lands onto Svenskeren, notice how Overpower is taking so much damage from Candy Panda because he wants to go in and trade. Instant ult from him raided. Meanwhile, Xaxus is solo. They cannot stay and fight. Now they just back away and say, okay, we lost the Dragon. We had a bad decision. We lost it. That's it. Yet they stay. Overpower runs in, ends up dying, and Celeber will drop down as well. So 2 people dies, and the Dragon. This is just Rocket not saying, we made a mistake. We can still get out. We can still get out here. Same down the bottom lane. same deal. They got the tower. Okay, we have to sacrifice Jankos. We get a tower, we give a kill. We can live with this deal. It's just back away. Then all of a sudden, Xaxus just teleports in, ends up dying as well. And they just constantly give up kills to SK Gaming. They don't have to give.
It's going to be a big change in damage coming out as well. Needlessly, the Large Rod was just picked up by Jesus. Berserker Greaves pretty much an outright buy for Candy Panda, who's really doing so well for SK today. On the top lane, that Bladed Rune King already done in there for Freddy. This is a nice little move though from Roccat, trying to capitalize on the recalls, get themselves a tower. This is their third of the game, only one behind on that front, so definitely not all lost just yet, but they need to avoid those fights where they're just looking so disjointed.
It's just like, it just looks like miscommunication. Everyone kind of has their own decision. Nobody's making like a call for the group. Oh, except for killing Svenskron.
Well, they used 3 ultis to get him. 2, sorry. Made sure of it. That's how desperate Roccat really are. I mean, it is a pretty close gold difference. Like I said, it's only 1,000, but I think they're feeling the pressure is on them so much that they are literally trying their hardest to make a play, and it's working out sometimes. They manage to get themselves a kill, the jungler down, but what do they get from it? Nothing. Simply a kill and a bunch of assists, which you could argue is better than nothing, but it would be better if they could get some objectives from that one. And while SK were down 4v5, they're the ones that are moving in the jungle. They're the ones that are pushing and getting the wards down.
We have to remember that this Jax pick is so important in the comp Roccat has built, because he needs to be able to one-on-one Freddy. But after the lane swap, we fell behind, so in that case it went in favor of SK Gaming. Then he TP'd down to the bottom lane, died. He was down to the dragon, died as well, and just fell further and further behind. Now SK is just going to gank him.
Yeah, it's probably going to go down as well. There is a counter-strike coming up. One big crit comes in, and he drops to less than half HP. And look at this, Jesus coming through the jungle. Overpower, he's already going to be in there as well. Candy Panda just blows him away. Jesus going to try and get in. Where is the shockwave? He actually goes against it, and he gets 3 minions.
Yes.
Got 3 of them. Oh! Good blast there onto Overpower. They get the tower nonetheless. Here come the resets. Can they get him? There's one for Candy Panda. Intervention is down. Super Mega Death Rocket, but resets galore for SK. And that is 2 and the tower.
Crazy, crazy stuff. And just before that fight even kicked off, I was simply looking at the jungle. You know, there was 12, 13 wards from SK and 4 for Roccat. They've just put 2 more down. But wow, I mean, the vision, SK all along said, we are going to this top tower. This is our target. We don't care whether you just took Svenskeren, because that's where we're going. Svenskeren ironically got took down, putting those wards down in the meantime. And Candy Panda is just leaping into Roccat time and time again. He's just going to repel away. He's going to have to flash away. Candy Panda will let him go, but SK Gaming, they are in full control. While it's very close in gold and honestly close in items, SK Gaming have the confidence to make the plays, whereas Roccat, they are reeling, they are unsure and second-guessing themselves every step of the way now.
And SK Gaming is working as a team. So when they go in for the kills, when they go in for the ganks, everyone is moving at the same time. They have the wards down already. They pre-plan this one like 30 seconds in advance and say, okay, this tower we want to kill is down to 20% HP already. Freddy's pushing in the lane. We ward out the jungle. We move over as a unit. And as soon as the tower dies, we jump them. And you see instantly as Candy Panda actually jumped towards Roccat, there was ulti from Enrated. Like, there was no like hesitation, just instant ult onto him, so he could jump in, get the reset, pick up another kill as well. And they're playing really well as a team, and Roccat is letting them do it. And again, this Jax pick, it's just, Xaxus is falling so far behind. 2 teleports cost him a lot of farm, and the lane swap where he was left alone in the bottom lane and couldn't pick up any farm really meant that he was just so far behind. So while Roccat did everything else right in the lane swap, they just forgot about the top laner, who is one of the key members in that comp, because if he can't split push, he can't do anything.
Look at the top side as well of Rockat's jungle. It's a sea of wards, really, from SK Gaming. Roccat got a couple of their own in there, but nothing really serious. SK literally can't see everything that's going on that top side, and that's something that actually we gave Roccat quite the credit for, but something that's been lackluster from them in this best of 3.
Risky play. Vander caught out, he's slowed in the pit. SK could easily have clapped on towards him, but they don't care. Look at Freddy in the mid lane. Freddy just pushing away on his own. Roccat actually out of position. If SK just want to swing this around, they can just pile straight on towards him. They now have dragon position. They're clearing out, sweeping all the wards. 10 seconds until it spawns, and SK Gaming full control. They don't care about Dragon. They're rushing for mid. They know the position. They know that Roccat are all out of position. They were waiting down the bottom. They're 5 members charging for this inhibitor turret.
And with Candy Panda at the front, he should be able to do a chunk of damage. In fact, it looks like they may even be able to finish off. They were trying to get Vander at the back there. And will manage to
go back to Dragon
knock him off. But
straight back to Dragon, yeah.
Positional play from SK Gaming. 25 minutes in, 2,000 gold difference.
Bit of a bonus on the way. Pick themselves up the blue buff. Handy.
Rocket is actually moving in here. They might look to fight, but they need to hurry up, and they have to just face check 5 members of SK Gaming.
Well, will they make it? Will they go for it? Charm has to be landing. Instead, it's going to be Freddy. Flash is in there, turns it back around. Now they're going to pounce back to the other side. Roccat splits up in this fight. Zazas is the focus. He's going to get drawn away. The slow Skaren. Looks like SK are going to retreat and not pursue. Roccat, though, they are reeling at every attack right now, and SK full control. They could move to Baron.
And you just saw Jesus here put the ball on Freddy, then he flashes in onto Overpower. He doesn't have flash himself, but he actually got out of range, so the ball went back to Jesus here. And also meant that similar to Overpower and Selva, who was both standing close to it, didn't have to do anything special to actually step away from Freddy. It did mean though, Dragon went down after the quick move to mid lane and blue buff in favor of SK Gaming, and Rocket was just too slow to get in there, didn't have any wards, didn't know how if they could actually go for the fight.
One thing I noticed about Jesus is he needs to have a little bit more confidence in himself. If we think back to, for example, the Challenger Series finals, What the Fox playing Orianna. If there was one person anywhere near his ball, he'd quite happily shockwave him. They kill that one person and they could get something with a 5 vs 4 scenario. Jesus holds on to it sometimes a little bit too long and then almost panic presses are thinking, well, I've got to use it now because, you know, this fight's going on and I've not used it already. And I think that if he sometimes thought maybe a little bit less about when he's going to use it and just get it in there, pull the trigger, they'd be able to get these 5 vs 4s where they can push a bit faster.
Also just due to force people away from towers if they want to push it down and force them away from a dragon. So, like I said, the last fight wasn't really his fault. It was just too far away from Freddy when he actually flashed in. Let's see here, Rocket. So the thing is, if you want to do this trick around the corner, you have to place a ward in the mid lane.
Vander caught out, N-rated, sorry. Gonna put the damage down on him. Doesn't bother using that intervention. There is the shockwave. 3 members caught out, but nobody followed up on it. Jez is now focused on Selva. Is gonna get excited, but it's not enough. The Roccat fawns. The Roccat rocket, not enough.
Freddy teleporting in behind the SK Gaming, they're not done yet.
They're going to go for it.
Oh.
This is very low.
Oh, it's the knockout. Actually, doesn't get it, and Zazas is going to start stun him up. The passive is available. Svenskern's running around in a circle, not really knowing where he's going. There is Candy Panda going in. They're going to get themselves one. There's the jumps over the top. Can they find number 2? They can't, but they might be able to have the in turret away.
Candy Panda didn't actually manage to get the last kill there. Oh, Opa coming in.
And going out.
Going out.
Didn't have it. Didn't have the minions actually, SK. If they'd have had that wave cleared, they could have gone for it. You talked about it. Jesus must be listening because he's like, oh, I need to use this shockwave. Cool. Guys, anyone? I've just shockwaved them. But got themselves a kill.
So basically what Rocket was trying to do is raid around the corner in the mid lane, and then when people are standing and clearing the minions, like just in the middle of the mid lane, you kind of collapse onto them with the RE pick. Normally you do have to place a deep ward first to actually see them once the minions are gone, but because then Raided ran into the bush after seeing the members, they actually got a nice pick onto him. In the end, we just saw how strong SK are though, because 4 members with Jessis being extremely low, they still go for the fight. Still end up getting a kill, and Candy Panda would actually gotten a 2nd kill if he didn't step on the trap from Jinx just as he jumped, so he couldn't move after the jump.
So Roccat come in, clear vision around Baron, and then leg it back out. SK make the move. They are not seemingly too interested in that. They have the bottom wave pushing. I think they're going to shove this mid wave in and then rotate straight down, go towards it. Selva was half-heartedly going across there already, but the wave and the void spikes from Svenskern will slow them down. Jesus moves across. Okay, Roccat, you're going to respond to this. We'll go for your inhib. Too slow, buddy. Too slow. Candy Panda gets himself 1, 2, 3. He's got about 7, 8, 9, 10. Just free attacking. Free attacking. No pressure on him whatsoever. Zazas, meanwhile, trying to split push against himself. It was, apparently, I'm not too sure what he's split pushing because SK couldn't give a monkeys about that bottom lane. They're instead taking it in him. Easy.
Fnatic just gonna step away, recall, come back to this tower. Hopefully they can defend it. There's actually no teleport on Freddy, so Xaxus might be able to pick up a tower. Should actually do it also because SK Gaming are not done pushing.
Oh, well, they're probably going to trade at most here an inner turret for an inhib turret and inhibitor and an inner turret in the bottom lane. That one will go down now. Xaxus has finished off that turret on the other side of the map, but Freddy will get back to base. So the inhibitor turret itself is not in any danger whatsoever of going down. We've got 1 minute and 10 seconds or so until the next dragon comes up in this game as well. And if we look at the goal, 5,000 in favor of Roccat. Not exactly a massive amount, not an amount that you can't turn around, but if you look down the SK lineup, before they got into that little encounter there, and before they were doing this pushing, they said, okay, it's time to get some defenses here against Overpower, mostly, and they just went 1, 2, 3 Negatron cloaks. Okay, we've all got Merc Treads, everything's good. There's a Guardian Angel for Candy Panda, a third item, sorry.
Yeah, plus he also has the ulti from Enrated, which pretty much counts as a second life too. And it does block all the damage here, so a lot of protection from Candy Panda just by looking at the kill and also his own item build. But these team fights here, I mean, Xaxus is still... Again, this is one of the reasons Jax kind of fell out of favor, because you have to build Trinity Force and play the Ruin King to become this one-on-one split pushing force. But then you delay your tank item for such a long time and you no longer have these great tanky stats. You're just too squishy in the team fight, so he's not able to join any fights. He has to go and split push these lanes. Rocket has to give up towers. I mean, even probably the inhibitor, just to have Xaxus sit in a lane, try and catch up and try and get to his Blade of the Ruin King and Trinity Point Force, and he's still pretty far off.
Dragon for SK. Rocket not going to try and attempt to get near this one. They've got zero vision down that way, so SK picked themselves up another chunk of gold. 6,000 gold lead now as Rocket try to defend, keep those super minions at bay. SK Gaming playing it by the numbers though. They're working their way around. They've got the top wave. He's going to push in their favor. Freddy slowly shoved that one out. Bottom lane, Candy Panda working up towards that next inhibitor turret.
It's actually amazing how picking Aatrox for SK Gaming has meant that Xaxus didn't want to play Alistar at all. Wicked lost the one-on-one lane against Aatrox yesterday as Alistar, but you're not picking Alistar to win the lane, you're picking him because he's insanely strong in team fights. They could have still gone for the pick, didn't have to fall back to a split pushing comp. Remember again yesterday, every time Rocket played a split pushing comp against Fnatic, they lost. They didn't know what to do, they always fell behind, they took actually they took team fights when they shouldn't. They should be looking to split push. Never got to the point where they could really split push, and they've been doing the same today. Just because Aatrox gets locked in, they're like, we're not gonna play Alistar, I don't want to lose the lane, and instead fall back to split pushing, which has not been working.
Saw the shockwave going down there, and whilst it didn't really pull anyone back there, they did manage to get one low, and Rayton is actually going to fall without using his ultimate. That's bad news for SK. Candy Panda though starts moving. There is Svenskeren as well. We see Celeber actually cleansing himself off there to move forward, but Candy Panda doing a lot of damage, doesn't quite finish off Overpower. They should be able to get the inhibitor here, but they need to be careful. Chompers will actually get Candy Panda locked up, and they now need to run because Xaxus and Jankos coming speeding out of the base, and there's the jumps in action again.
Yeah, they can disengage so fast. There's a big wave in the top, but SK, they can't get involved. Rocket successfully defended for now. They did lose their tower, but they didn't lose the inhibitor, and their middle one will be respawning soon. Rocket, this is the time. They realize what they've got to do. They've got to rush Baron. It's going to be a risky play, and that's why Freddy's teleporting to mid.
Everyone from SK Gaming is just running up towards this mid lane or towards the Baron. Candy Panda is trying to heal on the minions, and Rocket didn't start it there.
They caught him. They caught him. They're going to jump on Freddy. He's going to get taken down here. He's going to try and jump away. Hello, intervention, and Rated joins the party. And the desperate play from Rocket has not worked. If they'd have got him, they could have got Baron. They may have been able to turn something around. They've got themselves an advantage. Overpower using Spirit Rush there, but not catching anyone.
And the intervention, I don't think was even needed there, but Enrated, because he got blown up in that last fight, actually still had it spare, so I suppose why not? Better safe than sorry. Bringing it to a 4 versus 5. Could have meant a Baron for Rocket, but for now that won't happen. Xaxus still trying to get himself up to that Blade of the Ruin King. So that'll still be a bit of a problem for him. He's trying to take the jungle and everything else that's really on offer for him. But he is a good distance behind. There's Jesus just waiting off to the side. Seeing if anyone from Roccat would venture far enough out. In the end, they decide against it. Overpower, let's see if he can actually flank around from this one. Overpower's performance not being too bad, but he can't flank right now because his ultimate's down after he tried to use it earlier.
SK again pushing up 2 exposed inhibitors. Roccat are going to have to defend this without a tower. Freddy caught out with the charm he has got. He's just going to dive straight back.
Yeah, who's caught out here?
Who's caught out who? Yeah, exactly. So Scarin takes a zap. Them zaps starting to do some damage. Celeber has got a lot of power in those rockets now. He needs the land up, but the shockwave pulls him in, and Celeber
Are you happy, Joe?
Vander goes down as well. Roccat fall. Now they jump across. Jankos pouncing in towards him. Candy Panda blows one backwards. The Jankos gets picked out. 3 members are down now for Roccat, and SK Gaming with the minions in their favor will push through, take down the Nexus turrets, and move on to the World Championships in 2014. SK Gaming are the number 3 European seed.
Deserved here as well, I feel, after a 2nd place in spring, 3rd this time around. This is when it really counted for them. And, you know, yesterday, losing out 3-1 to Alliance was definitely crushing. We heard Jesus say earlier that, you know, it never really dawned on him how much he cares about Worlds, which, number 1, I think is a strange thing to say anyway, but number 2, that he realized it yesterday after that one. See there, Alex Miller, the owner of SK Gaming, up on stage. Proud of the team.
And what a change it was. They had a massive change back in the spring. Completely new team came in. Everybody was wondering, how are these guys going to do? They got number 1 throughout the league in the spring. Lost out to the playoffs to Fnatic. Didn't quite get to All-Stars. But now, again, number 3. This is a team that is grown and developed throughout the season. And that man in the middle, he needs to get himself some confidence because, again, SK performed. But for me, Freddy is the incredible man behind SK Gaming. You saw it all the way through that. Nobody can deal with Freddy. Wicked couldn't deal with Freddy. No chance Azaz could deal with Freddy. They had no idea what to do. They seemed clueless in the pick and bans.
So I'm just gonna say the entire team for SK Gaming. The teamwork they have together, the shot calling they can do, the way they set up the place, especially in the last game, was incredible. And also the reason they were always 1 step ahead of Roccat. And even though the level 1, the lanes of, you didn't get your dragon, it doesn't matter because our top laner, Freddy, at the moment is just farming up a storm. And your Jax is left alone. It was the key part about the game. Zaz never really joined the game. He was just farming minions, and it was just way too late.
Didn't get involved. The Jax pick was just a nothing, really, in that game. It didn't do anything. You have to wonder as well, do you ban out Aatrox? You can leave something like Nidalee, which is pretty much the same thing, I think, if it goes into Freddy's hands. He's just going to become unmanageable, going to be split pushing all day long before he eventually breaks through. Funnily enough, after I said that Jesus seems to be a little more trigger happy, he actually did it there at the end, straight in with a shockwave, caught 2 guys, and I think you're right, you said it right. He needs a bit more confidence, this kid, because he is a brilliant talent. Just needs to believe in himself a little more.
My one worry is that he is bannable. That's a problem for him. You look at the top lane, Freddy can adjust and play whatever he wants. Candy Panda, no problem, AD carries. He's got a plethora of champions, N-rated, pulling out every support possible, whatever he fancies. Jungles, Svenskeren, he's probably adapted pretty well, know better than anyone else. But Jesus, yes, while he's a little bit limited maybe, but he got all of Ari and Orianna throughout this tournament and played brilliantly on them every single time. We're going to go over to the main stage, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear what FK has to say.
Thank you very much, D-Man. First up, of course, an applause from the crowd, because you guys made it. Jesse, I maybe want to hear from you first, because we heard in the video that you didn't really realize how much it meant to you. You guys did it.
Yeah, after losing yesterday, it made it clear for me how much I wanted to win. And I basically just gave 150% today. Yesterday I gave definitely 100%, but it was sad to lose, and I was really sad. I was really mad, and I just wanted to win more than anything.
Yeah, Candy, talk us through that. Yesterday, heartbreaking for you guys, yet you guys were pretty relaxed when I saw you backstage in the beginning. Talk us through what happened last night living up to this moment.
Yeah, we rewatched the VODs, like the replays, and we realized that we kind of threw all the games except the last one. So we just watched it and see how we can rotate better, how to not throw. And then we did that today, and that's why we were relaxed. Like, we knew if we just play a bit better than yesterday, we could win.
A bit better, and you guys all stepped up. Jesse, I have to say, this is actually your first season in the LCS. You make it to Worlds, and we feel that you've grown a lot as a player. Did you feel that in this game that you're able to take the stage more better and make those plays?
Yeah, I was a little bit nervous though. I could easily feel that every move I made would always be like only like halfway, and then because I would be like really nervous and like scared, and whenever I would jump in, I would not click on the buttons right, and I would fail and whatever. But it's like, I don't know, I've gotten really confident, so it's fine.
Well, about confidence, that's actually something that I've seen in the whole team and rated yesterday, even before the game. I saw and you were totally relaxed that you were going to make it. Talk me through the journey you had with these guys this season.
I think it was an up and down. At the start in Spring Split, we started out so strong, and Summer Split at the start was strong as well. Then we kind of got into a slump, which made us like struggle more than we actually wanted to. But right now I feel like we're on a hype, and we just need to keep practicing and keep improving, and I think we have a good shot at Worlds. We just try our best, and we try to represent Europe as good as possible.
You say you have a good shot at Worlds. What can SK bring to Worlds? We already have Fnatic, we already have Alliance going there. What's a different thing that SK is going to bring to Worlds? How far can you go?
Well, we might be able to surprise some people with our picks and bans. That's always what we're doing, and I think overall our playstyle is very solid, and we've improved so much when you see that before people were calling us out for having not good lanes, and right now we just keep improving, and it seems like we're winning the lanes, so let's see what we can do in Worlds.
Absolutely great improvement here, as you say. Finally, I don't know who wants to do this, a shout out to the fans who have stuck by SK Gaming. I think, Candy, you might be the right person to give a shout out to your fans.
Can you say it again? Sorry.
Give a shout out to the SK Gaming fans who stuck by you.
Yeah, thanks to all the fans who like stick with us through all the seasons. Like last season we got relegated, but this season we knew we could get to Worlds, and we did it. Thank you.
Guys, give it up one more time for SK Gaming. They're going to Worlds. Fantastic stuff here. Congratulations, guys. We'll see you at Worlds. And as for us, we're going to head back over to the desk.
Man, that's got to feel good. You're going to Worlds, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic, fantastic stuff. So, with that third place victory, SK Gaming will now head to the 2014 World Championships as the #3 seed for Europe. And this is a good time to check out the other teams that have been confirmed so far. We all know, of course, that SK now will be joining Alliance and Fnatic, who are in the finals tomorrow as the teams representing Europe. And this week at Gamescom, don't forget, Dark Passage also qualified the Turkish team through the international wildcard. They managed to get a seat as well. This morning, the Taipei Assassins, they qualified for Worlds by winning the 2014 GPL Summer. And of course, a few weeks ago, we saw Samsung Blue become the first team to qualify and guarantee their seat from the OGN champions. Guys, what do we think overall? The teams, 6 teams so far, many more to get locked in, but already it's building up to be an amazing World Championships once again.
Yeah, of course, your natural response kind of looks at the Korean teams after the dominant performances of last year, but we're still to figure out exactly who's going to be coming over from China. Funny thing is, you look at Dark Passage there as the weakest team, I think, that's qualified so far, but the way that they played in wildcards are some of the most exciting League of Legends that we've actually seen in a while, and it wouldn't surprise me if they can take a couple of sneaky games off teams.
They can definitely surprise people, because if you don't expect like instant action, like instant people who are just gonna constantly team fight you, you might get surprised, you might end up falling too far behind and can lose it. We also, of course, if you look at the European teams, now we saw SK Gaming dominate Rocket. Remember, Rocket won 2 games against Fnatic yesterday, where Alliance actually managed to beat SK Gaming, only losing 1 game. So I'm not sure if this means Alliance is You know, step up Fnatic, we're going to find out tomorrow. Starting the hype here.
That's the classic. We beat these, so they beat them. So that means we're going to dump on them.
All I'm saying is that SK Gaming looked extremely strong against Rocket, or we could say Rocket didn't really show up today at all. So tomorrow, I really want to see what Alliance can do against Fnatic.
But as Jez did just say, you know, or Candy Panda rather, they did rewatch some games, and SK were winning in all of those games. So while they're coming through as the number 3 seed for Europe, they're a very strong number 3 seed.
They are. Going into Worlds, of course, they will be down as a Group D or possibly at the number 3, the bottom
seed.
So it's.
I just said it.
You did. I meant more the fact. Okay, so we have the European and NA number 3 seed being down the bottom end. We have 4 groups.
Yeah, no,
the bottom.
Do we need to show you the graphic?
The problem with being a 3rd seed is that you are going to end up in a group of death, technically, because you are going to meet a higher seed from one of the other regions.
And that's the big thing about being number 1. You know, you avoid the top North American, the top Chinese, and the top Korean. The top Korean is Samsung Blue, as far as I'm aware, in terms of point standings. Of course, close your ears now if you don't want to know spoilers, but they did lose the OGN Championships. They didn't win it. KT Arrows did. So are they the number 1 Korean team?
And will KT Arrows even qualify? That's
it,
the thing as well.
They're only
so
number 4 in the
to be
points
decided
right now.
still.
Yeah. So there's a long way to go, obviously, over there. So a lot of matches to happen. North America, that's coming up in a few weeks as well. So much action, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, tomorrow we have the final European LCS match of the Summer Players, as Alliance will be battling Fnatic for the championship crown and that important number 1 seed at Worlds in a best of 5. That's all happening, of course, tomorrow. Some fantastic games that we've had so far throughout this week at Gamescom. Any big moments that stand out for you?
Any big moments? First of all, I really like watching the wildcard teams because you get these new regions and you get these players to represent their region. And as a European, of course, we have all the national pride of the Danes. I have for the Danes here. Whenever we do have any kind of competition between countries. And it was nice to see also all the people supporting the wildcard teams. That was definitely a big moment. Otherwise, I mean, SK Gaming completely destroying Rocket right here. It surprised me. I was expecting 5 games, to be honest. And then SK Gaming just show up here.
Yeah, for me, it has to be the semi-final. Rocket Fnatic, in my opinion, one of the best of 5s that we've seen in the European LCS so far. Rocket was so close to winning that game, which I think is why this loss here might even be tougher to swallow for them. Getting 3-0'd, not looking like you've got much of a chance by the end of it. But they came so close to beating Fnatic yesterday. Tough pill to swallow for Rocket, but in my opinion, they come in proud. They came in as KMT, and they're leaving as the 4th place team from the Summer Split. I mean, they've done a lot of work this year, a lot to build on for next year.
Yeah, I think their future is absolutely secured. We'll see how they work out in 2015. Of course, right now, 2014, the World Championships, that's what we want to focus on. And Cyanide and Fnatic, well, they're hoping to continue their string of winning every split in the LCS, while Frog and Alliance, well, they look to take it for themselves.
All of us want to really finish first because we already did it 3 splits in a row and we don't want to stop now. We want to keep the image that Fnatic is the EU team to cheer for.
We kind of want to see Fnatic lose after 3 splits. It would obviously be really fun to actually take that away from them.
Can they do it? That's the big question. Fnatic, 3 splits running. Can they get the 4th? Nobody has won the European LCS other than Fnatic. They have dominated it across the 2 seasons. You guys came close at one point. Not quite there.
We were close to being number 1. We still had to win the playoff.
Honestly, until Extinct left, I had you down as potential number 1 in that split, but then it all.
But that's the thing about Fnatic, man. They just make sure everyone else don't have a chance to win.
They've
so tomorrow, Froggen is going to be
too.
sick. He's gone. Fnatic takes it.
I'm not too sure about that one. Remember, of course, that series will be kicking off on Sunday, tomorrow here at 3 p.m. Central European time. That is Hall 8 at Gamescom if you're there, or 6 a.m. Pacific if you're over in North America. That does it for us, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to extend a special thanks to Crepo once again for being our guest on the analyst desk today. And now for myself, Deficio Joe, and Quickshot and Shocks, and the entire broadcast team, thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. SK Gaming, they're going to be taking on Roccat in a best-of-5 for the all-important seat at the World Championships.
That entire time there's a good Robo, and it is going to be the charm that gets it. And very early.
This is 4 members.
This could be real bad for Roccat.
It is going to be Roccat going out in game 1.
Oh, they're actually going in towards Jankos here. Have they got a down through? Svenskon actually going quite low. Freddy though will jump in, does get finished off by Jesusto in the end, and Freddy will also pick himself up a kill.
It's 2-0 in SK Gaming. They're one step away from Wolves. Shockwave comes out, Jankos repels. He's going to try and draw their attention. They're going to keep on pushing this one. Zazas teleports in. Intervention will stop him dead in his tracks. He's the lander, but the Shockwave pulls him in, and Celeber.
Are you happy, Joe?
Vanderin goes down as well. SK Gaming are the number